Hi everyone, welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In this video, I am going to show you how to set up the C programming language on the Windows using the Visual Studio Code. So normally you will be having a doubt that long back we have learned about the C programming language, how we can set up the C programming language on the Windows and how we can write the code in the Visual Studio Code. Let's try to see. Whether if you are a beginner or just need to quick guide means, so this tutorial or this video has you covered. Let's dive into this one. So now first of all, in order to run the code or C language, C programming or anything, so what we need to have it is, first we need to have a C compiler. So for this one, what I will try to do, we will use the min-gw. So we can open your browser and search for min-gw download. You can search for this one, and here you will be able to see the minimalist GNU for Windows download. And here you need to click on the download thing, and we need to download itself. So automatically the download will be started. So the download will be started. So it is started. So after completion of this one, so you need to open this file. So let's try to open this file. So when you try to open this file, so it will give you some set of things, something like this. So here you will be able to see, so min-gw get-version like this. So let's try to click on the install, and here it will ask you the installation directory where it needs to set up. So you can click on the continue, and it will try to connect. So here it will ask you basic setup. So right click, so on one by one, so you will be trying to do it. So here in the install, it will take some time to install. Let it install. So here it is completed, and if you click on the continue, so okay, so here it will be asking you, so what is the thing you need to install. So here you will be able to see, you need to select mark for installation. So here on this one, so here you need to click on the mark for installation for min-gw32-gcc g++. So this is thing you need to click on, and normally you need to go for installation. So where we can see all packages, basic setup. In this basic setup, so we have selected this one, and somewhere you will be able to see installation. So apply changes. So here it will ask you okay to proceed. So you will click on the apply, and it will connect to the and it will install the GCC. So let it install. So after installation, we need to set up the environment variables. We'll set it up. So everything got installed. So you can close this one. So now this one is completed. So now here we can go for we can close this one, and let's go for the environment variable setup. So here if you try to go into this one in that seal, here you will be able to see the mgw, and here in the bin you will be able to see the GCC folder. So this one we need to add it in our environment variables. So let's try to add it environment variables, and here in the environment variables and in the path, so you can click on the edit, and here you can click new, and already this min-gw is added for this one, so there is no need to worry. So already it is added. So I am clicking on the OK. So you need to add it like this. So fine. So now it has been added. So now we need to add this min-gw to our system path. So we have opened our startup menu, search for environment variables, and click on the edit the system variables. So you click on the OK to all Windows to save the changes. Fine. So now the compiler is ready to use. Now let's install the Visual Studio Code. So if you don't have the Visual Studio Code means, so then you have a code.visualstudio.com. There you can install the Visual Studio Code also. So here code.visualstudio.com. So here you can install this Visual Studio Code. So it's not a problem. So you click on the download for Windows and follow the installation instructions. Once it is installed, so you can open the Visual Studio Code. So let's open the Visual Studio Code. So I am opening this Visual Studio Code. Let us open. So after opening this one, so you will be able to see like this, and here you need to click on the extensions. So in order to install the extensions, so here you can search for the C or C++. So C++, you can search it for C++ or C or C++. So here you try to install the C++, so this one, and also the code runner also to run the code and all those things. So now, so these extensions help us to write, debug and run C programs more efficiently. So fine. So now we have completed our thing. Now let's try to let's try to create a new folder here in this one. So let's go to the D, and here I will create a new folder. So here I will create C language. Okay, and this is our folder. Let's go into here, and here I will create an open folder, and in this one let's go to the D, and here I will write C language. I will be selecting this folder. So I have selected this folder. Okay, now here let's try to create a new file. So that is nothing but I will be creating a new file, that is nothing but hello.c. that's it. So now I am creating the hello.c. so let it create. Now here, so let's try to write the first code. So here I will be writing hash include, and here I will be writing studio.h, and here we will be writing int main. So this is our int main, and now we will be writing printf. So just I will write a printf only, just in order to check whether it is working fine or not. So hello world, I will be using the hello world. That's it. So if you want, you can return 0. That's it. So this is our code. And now if you want to, so now we now open settings. So here you can click on this gear icon, and here you can run the code. So just you click on that one. So automatically the code will be running. So here you will be able to see the hello world, the output we are able to see it. So this is how, so now this is how we will be using it. So this tells the code runner. So now automatically the code is running. So now you can able to run this code without any problem, and here you will be able to see a hello.exe file. So if you want to run means hello.exe file, if you click enter, so then again you will be able to see the output. So congratulations, now you have successfully set up the C on the Windows with Visual Studio Code, and that's it. You are all set to start coding in the C. So this is how we will be setting the C language in the Windows and the Visual Studio Code. This is how you will be writing it. Now we are able to successfully run the C programming language in our Windows system. So if you want to debug this one means, so you need to install the GDB. So GCC debugger, we need to install it. I will try to explain you that one. In the next video I will explain you. So hope you understood about this concept. So if you have any, so this one, so if you found this video helpful, don't forget to like, share and subscribe to my channel Leela Web Dev for more programming tutorials. So if you have any questions, drop them in the comments below. I will try to give the reply to all those things. So thanks for coding, thanks for watching, and happy coding. So this is all about the C programming language. So we will be doing a little bit of basics and all those things we will be covering up in this playlist. So I will be covering more videos also. Thank you guys. Bye. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In this video, we will learn about the what is C language. So we'll have a brief introduction about this C language. In our previous video, we have seen how we can install the C compiler and how we can run the C code in the Visual Studio Code. I have shown you. Now let's jump back to the basics things. What is a C language? So this is very basic, important for every programmers to learn. So having a strong foundation or having a knowledge in the C language is must and should essentially for every software developers like C and C++. So we'll have a brief knowledge about the C language, and I will try to explain you in a small videos like this. So now what is a C language? So this video provides an introduction to the C programming language, its significance, and why it remains relevant today despite the emergence of newer programming languages like C++, C# and also Java. So we'll try to see why still the C programming language is still relevant today, learning why it is important to learn today, because in spite of having the newer programming languages like C#, Java, .NET, so Node.js and these all things. Let's try to see. Overview of C origin. So C was developed in 1972 by Dennis Ritchie at AT&T's Bell Laboratories in the USA. So popularity. So how it came? It became widely used because of its simplicity and easy of use. So it was developed in, so the first language it was developed in 1972 by Dennis Ritchie and AT&T's Bell Laboratories in the USA it seems. So by that time it became widely used because of its simplicity and ease of use. So why learn C today? So why we need to learn the C today? So some articles, if you try to see in the internet, challenges the opinion that C is outdated and no longer worth learning. Instead, it highlights several reasons why it is still important. So what are those reasons? Let's try to see. So foundation for the object oriented programming. So now for example, let's say that if you are newer to programming and you want to learn about the object oriented programming and all those things, so languages like C++, C Sharp and Java use OOP principles. So learning C first provides foundational programming skills that make it easier to transition to these languages. So C is the basic foundational programming skill and make it easier to transform or to move into the next programming languages. So this provides a basic foundation. A two-step learning process like C first then OOP languages is more thorough and rewarding. So that is the main thing. So first if you learn C, every programmer, then learning the OOP languages is more thorough, rewarding. So C in operating systems. So how in operating system it will support. Major operating systems like Windows, Unix, Linux and Android have large portions written in C only. So almost all the operating systems like Windows, Unix, Linux and Android, everything have been written in C only. Extending or customization these operating systems often involves writing device driver programs which are typically written in C. So if you want to extend these operating systems features and all those things means then we need to write the device driver programs. So these device driver programs are also written in C only. C in embedded systems. So where we are using this C, I am trying to explain you. So smart devices like microwave ovens, washing machines and digital cameras use embedded programs. So these programs need to run efficiently and fit within limited memory, making C the ideal language for such tasks. So like the programming and all the things in washing machines, microwave ovens, everything is written in C only. C in gaming and performance intensive applications. Modern games require high performance to handle real-time user inputs. Gaming frameworks like DirectX used for building fast and interactive games are written in C only. So this is the thing. Modern games are also written in C only. So key characteristics of a programming language. Normally if you want to know about a programming language, it should have a key characteristics. So some articles or some videos if you try to see outside. So it introduces 4 important aspects of any programming language. So if you want to, if any language want to become a programming language means it needs to follow these 4 important aspects. The first one is data storage. How the language manages the data. So that is one thing. And data operations. How the language process or manipulate this data, the stored data. And the another one is the input output. How the language interacts with the user or external systems. And the last one is the control flow. How the language organizes the sequence of instructions in a program. So these are the 4 important aspects that the programming language should be considered. So how the data is stored and how the data operations manipulate, how the data is manipulated and how the language interacts with the user input and output and how the language organizes the sequence of instructions in a program. So in this video, so whatever the videos we are trying to do, so discusses the evolution and versions of the C programming language, highlighting the standards and which version is being focused on in the content provided. So let's try to see about what are the different versions of C we are having. First one is the K&RC, which has been introduced in 1978. So named after Brian Keringan and Dennis Ritchie, who authored the first official book in C in 1978. This version laid the foundation for the C language and is referred to as K&R. Next one came is the 1989 ANSI C. In 1983, the American National Standard Institute ANSI formed a committee called X3J11 to standardize the C language. And next one is the result was the ANSI C standard finalized in 1989, officially named as ANSI X3 1.159 1989, programming language C. So this version is often called as ANSI C or C89. So this is the another version which you are having in the internet. So the language C. Another one is the ISO C. In 1995, the International Organization for Standardization ISO extended the ANSI C standard. This version is called as an ISO C. So this is another version of C. Last one is the C99 2000 version. In March 2000, ANSI adopted ISO C along with the new updates, creating a revised standard known as C99. C99 introduced several new features and enhancements to the language. So this one is the C99 last version. So now why these standards matter? So you may be having a doubt that why these standards matter. Each standard ensures consistency in how the C language is implemented and used across the different platforms. The C99 standard is modern yet widely supported, making it a good choice for learning and the practical application. So the last version is the C99 standard, is the most modern and it also widely supported, making it a good choice for learning and also the practical applications. So now In this session, what we will try to do it is we will be learning about the C99 only. And why? Because so we all will be learning about the C99. So whenever you are learning about C99 means all the versions also, the previous versions also it will be working. Why? Because so these all versions first it has came and afterwards only the latest version has been developed. So with the throughout this videos playlist and all the things whichever we are learning C, so I will be explaining in the C99 standard, so you can see the thing, and the code whichever we are trying to execute, it will execute in the older versions also. So this is all about the brief introduction of this C language. So hope you understood about this concept. So if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video, and if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In this video, we will learn about the building blocks of C program. So what are the building blocks of C program? Let's try to see. In C programming, alphabets, digits and special symbols are combined to create important components like constants, variables and keywords. So these alphabets, digits and the special symbols are combined to create constants, variables and the keywords. Let us understand each of these components. There is nothing but constants, variables and the keywords. Let us try to understand. First one is the constants. Constants are fixed values that do not change during program execution. For example, the number 10 or the character A remains the same throughout the program. In programming, constants are also referred to as literals. So this is the main thing. And next one is the variables. Variables are named memory locations that store values that can change as the program runs. For example, the variable age can hold the value 25 initially and later can be updated to 30. Variables are also called as identifiers. The next one is the keywords. Keywords are reserved words that have special meanings predefined in the C programming language. For example, int, float and return are the keywords. So constants in the C are divided into two broad categories. One is primary constants and another one is secondary constants. So these are the two different. So first we have learned what is a constant, what is a variable and also what is a keyword. So constants means which are fixed throughout the execution. So that means the value will not change all the time. Next one is the variable. So for which the memory location, a value will be assigned in a memory location and it will be referenced with that variable name. So now we can also hold the value and also we can also update the value. And keywords are the nothing but special keywords that are available, reserved words that are available, that are there in the C programming language. Not only in the C programming language, it is also available in all the programming languages. You will be having some keywords like reserved words like int, float, return, function. So like these names are there. So now when it comes to constants, constants in C are divided primarily into two broad categories. One is primary constants and another one is the secondary constants. So first we will focus on this primary constants. Primary constants are, these include integer constants like 100, minus 50 like this. Real constants 3.14 or minus 3.14 means pi, 2.5 e4 like this. Character constants like a5, these things. Secondary constants, these are more advanced and include pointers, arrays, strings, structures, unions, enums. These all the things also you will try to learn it. So these are secondary constants. So let's try to understand about the primary constants in detail. First one is integer constants definition. An integer constant is a whole number without a decimal point. It can be positive, negative or 0. Rules for constructing the integer. So constants must contain at least one digit. No decimal points are allowed. Can have a positive or negative sign. If no sign is specified means it is assumed to be positive. No commas or blank space are allowed. The range of values depends on the compiler. For modern compilers like Visual Studio or GCC, it will be minus 214 something like this to plus 214. For older compilers like Turbo C or Turbo C++, that is minus 32768 to 32767. So this is the range of integer value, how much value it can store. Examples are valid ones are 426 plus 782 minus 8000 0 like this. Invalid are 32.5 contains a decimal, 0.5 is a decimal thing. 1000 means contains a comma. So that is the thing. This is all about the integer constant. Real constants definition. A real constant represents a number that may have a decimal point or can be written in an exponential form. These are often called as floating point constants. Rules for constructing these real constants in fractional form. Must contains at least one digit, must have a decimal point, can have a positive or negative sign. If no sign is specified means then it is assumed as a positive. No commas or blank space are allowed. Examples are valid are plus 325.34, 426.0, minus 32.76. Invalid are 4.2.3, multiple decimals are there, and 3 space 2.5 that it contains a space. So these are invalid thing, top are valid. So these are floating point numbers. Rules for constructing real constants in exponential form. So if you want to real constant in exponential form means the number is divided into two parts. One is mantissa, the part before e. Example 3.42 in 3.42 e minus 4. And next one is the exponential, the part after e that specifies the power of 10. So example minus 4 in 32 e to the power of 4. So mantissa and exponents are separated by e or capital E. Mantissa may have a positive or negative sign. Default is positive. Exponent must be an integer and also can also be a positive or a negative. The range of real constants in exponential form is approximately 3.4 e38 to 3.4 e38 minus 2 plus. Examples are 3.2 e to the power of minus 5, 4.1 e to the power 8, or minus 0.2 e to the power 3. Invalid are 3.2 e, missing exponent, e to the power of e4, missing mantissa. So like this, these are the real constants in exponential form. Next one is a character constants definition. A character constant is a single alphabet, digit, or a special symbol enclosed in a single quotes. This is the thing. Rules for constructing the character constant is must be enclosed in a single inverted commas. Both single inverted commas should point to the left. Example A or not A. So like this. Only a single character is allowed. Okay, only a single character is allowed. Examples are valid are A5 is equal to like this. Invalid are AB. So contains more than one character. A missing quotes. So these are invalid. Variables in the C definition. So now the constants, this thing is finished. Now let's try to understand about the variables. Variables are named locations in memory that stores values. Since their values can change during execution, they are called variables. Types of variables. Variables are categorized based on the type of constant they store. Integer variables store integer constants. Real variables store real constants. Character variables store character constants, like this. Rules for constructing a variable means name's length must be between 1 to 31 characters. Some compilers allow up to 247 characters, but shorter names are recommended. So that's a common thing. Starting character must begin with an alphabet or an underscore. So other than this, we should not start anything. Content can include alphabets, digits, and underscores. Reserved words. Keywords cannot be used as a variable names. So we have seen some keywords, right? Like this. So those all things cannot be used. Examples are valid are si underscore int, pop underscore e underscore 99, average, basic salary. These are the variable names which are supported. Invalid are 1, 2, 3 names. So digit comes in between at the first. Only underscore and alphabets only should be started. Starts with the digit. Float, it's a keyword. My name contains a space. So these are all invalid. Best practices for naming the variables. Use meaningful names to represent their purpose in the program. Example, for calculating simple interest, use principal, rate, time instead of generic names like ABC. So that is the thing which I want to explain. So declaring variables. Variables must be declared with their type before use. So like int age score, float price, interest underscore rate, character grade initial, like this. Keywords in C. Keywords are reserved words with predefined meanings in the C. They cannot be used as variable names. So these are reserved words. C has 32 standard keyword words such as int, float, character, if, while, written, like this. These keywords are essential for defining variables, making decisions, and controlling the loops. Some compilers may add additional non-standard keywords like example ASM. ANSI recommends prefixing such keywords with 2 underscores, but not all compilers follow this rule. Examples of keywords are control flow is if, else, while, for, like this. These are keywords which should not be used as variable names. And data types int, character, float, void. Others are return size of volatile, these all things. So total in summary, constant fixed values like 5, 3.54, A, like this. Variables named memory location for storing changeable values. Example age, salary. Keywords means reserved keywords with predefined meanings. Example int, while, like this. So key points to be remembered is constants can be integers, real numbers, or characters. Variables must follow strict naming rules. Keywords cannot be used as a variable names. So this is all about the building blocks of C program. So hope you understood about this concept. So if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. So we had a brief introduction about the variables, constants, and the keywords in the C language. So now it's time for us. We'll go through a simple C program so that you will be able to understand our practical approach by seeing how these elements come together in a working in a C program. Let's try to see. So I am writing a simple program that calculates the simple interest, and through it the foundational principles of writing C program will be explained. So first of all, you know how to install the GCC compiler in your Windows operating system, and also how we can run the code in the Visual Studio Code. Also I have explained you in our first video. So now we are calculating the simple interest. The simple interest formula is nothing but simple interest is equal to P into N into R by 100. Okay, P into N into R divided by 100. So this is the formula for calculating the simple interest. So where P is the principal, N is the years, rate, number of time, we can say it as a time, and R is the rate of interest divided by 100. So let's try to write it. So the first one is writing the program. So I will explain you one by one this all the things. No need to worry. Just I will write the code for you. Hash include. So here I will be using stdio.h. Okay, and always the program should be started with main. So like this. So I will explain you this all the things one by one. So just go through the thing. So here I will be writing calculation of the simple interest. So here I will write something like comments calculation of the simple interest. So this is the code which we will be trying to write it. Now here int main, and in this one, so we will be having int principal. So we can have a principal and also the year. So normally the time we will be taking it as an year only, and here we will be having float. So these are the principal will be always the integer, and year is also the integer. Float value, there is nothing but rate of interest and the simple interest. So we will be calculating it. So here I will be giving you, I will be declaring the values. So here just the initialization I have made it. The principal value is, for example, let's say that principal is equal to 1000 rupees. Okay, so let's say that 1000, and the year is equal to, let's say, 3 years. And here the rate of interest or the rate will be something around 8.5, let's assume. Now in order to calculate the simple interest, so how we can calculate principal, I told you the formula, right? Principal into year into rate. So here we need to keep it in a bracket so that the first here the calculation multiplication will be done divided by 100. That's it. So in order to print the value, what we can do it is printf simple interest is, so here we should write simple interest is. So here you can use, as this one is a floating point number, so /n, and here I can write the simple interest. That's it. And now we can return the 0 so that the program will be stopped. So that's it. So this is our simple code. I will explain it one by one. If you want to execute means, so here at the right side top you will be able to see a run code option. Play button will be there. Click on that one. Automatically it will start executing and it will show you the output for you. So here the simple interest is 255.0000. You will be able to see the output. So hope you are able to see this output. So that is a simple interest which you are able to see it. So if you try to, if I want to show you again, let's close this one, delete this one all, and again I am clicking on this one. So here you will be able to see it is executing and the simple interest is 255.000. So that means we have successfully executed the program. So let's try to understand the program what we have written here. The structure and layout of the C program is very much important. So while C is a free-form language allowing flexibility in the code layout, we should follow certain rules ensuring clarity and correctness. So separate instructions. Each instruction should be written in a distinct statement. For example, P is equal to principal is equal to 1000, something like this. Order of statements. Second one, the statements must appear in the sequence they are intended to be executed. Next one is the blank spaces. Use blank spaces between words to improve readability, such as rate, comma, space, SI, like this, principal, comma, space here, and is equal to, I have used the space. So like this we need to use the spaces. Lowercase letters. C language keywords and most statements should be in lowercase, like return or float, something like this. So this one, float, integer, keywords, these all the things are in what I mean to say in lowercase only. So another one is every statement must end with a semicolon. So here every statement must end with a semicolon. It serves as a statement terminator. So that is one thing. Multiple statements in one line. It is possible to write multiple statements in a single line if each statement is properly terminated. So here you can also write something like principal, and here also you can write it in the like this also you can write it without any problem. So there is no error in this one. The next one which I want to explain is the comments in a C program. Comments are a crucial part of any program, serving as a notes to clarify the program's purpose or specify statements. They improve readability and maintainability of the code. Key points about the comments are: comments can explain the overall purpose of the program or specific statements such as formula for simple interest. For example, let's say that if I want to explain the formula means, so here I can write formula for simple interest. I can write something like P into N into R divided by 100. So here I can write the formula in the comments so that you can able to understand it very easily. So format of comments. So you can also use the multi-line comments also. For example, let's say that this is the one, right? So if you press enter, so like this also you can write it without any problem. So multiple lines also you can write without any problem. So like these are called as in multi-line comments. So we can also use single line comments using double slash also. For example, let's say that this is the calculation of the simple interest. So if you are having single line only means, so then you can also use the double slash. So this is also, so these are called as in single line comments. So you can also use the double slash. Multi-line comments means you can use slash star like this. Placement of comments. Comments can be placed anywhere before a statement. For example, here you can write something like formula for simple interest. So this is the formula. You can write it anywhere. So here you can write it like this. So this is the formula for the simple interest before a statement, and after a statement also you can write it. So here also you can write it formula. So like this also you can write without any problem. So this is also you can write it. So not even, and within a statement also you can write it. So like here you can write it something like star here, like this also within the statement or before the statement or after the statement or within the statement also you can write it without any problem. Non-nested comments. Comments cannot be nested, meaning one comment cannot be written inside another. The following is invalid. So if you try to write it like this means this is invalid. So like this one is invalid. So this type of things we should not be written. Splitting comments. So comments can span multiple lines. So like this also you can write it. And best practices are: start the program with a comment that includes its purpose, the author and date it has been written. So here you can write it, and like this you can use it. So that's it guys about the simple thing which I want to explain you. So this introductory C program is a practical gateway to understand the basics of writing C code. By combining rules about the program structure, the use of comments and the clarity they bring, it sets the stage for learning more complex programming concepts. So this each rule and practice contributes to create readable, maintainable and also the error-free code. So this is a simple thing, and in the next video what I will try to do is I will try to explain you about the main and all those things. I will explain you about the printf, these things I will explain you. Hope you understood about this concept. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In this video, we will try to understand about the main function in the C language. So what is this main function? Why we need to use it? So normally what is main? So main is a function in C. Okay, so main is a function in C serving as the entry point for any C program. So this main function serves as an entry program for any C program. A program can have multiple functions. Normally program, if you try to see, can have multiple functions, but it must have one main function only. It must have only one main function. If there is only one function means its name must be mentioned as main only. All statements in the main are enclosed in curly braces. So all statements, whatever the statements you are having here, those all should be enclosed in a curly braces. So return type of main. So what is the return type of main? If you try to see here, we are using return 0. Functions in C returns values, and main also is not an exception for this one. So normally functions, if you try to see anything in C or any programming language, it returns the values, and main is no exception, so it also returns a value. The return type of main is here in this one. The return type of main is int, if you try to see here, which means that it returns an integer. By convention, main returns 0 to indicate success. So here we are returning the 0 to indicate success. If there is an error means it can return any non-zero value to indicate the failure. Checking the return value. So the method to observe the return value of main depends on the compiler. So here the return type and all those things depends on the compiler. If you are using the Turbo C or C++ means use Alt C information for that one. Or otherwise, if you are using this Visual Studio means observe return value in the watch window of the debugger. So Linux means we can use the echo and execute the program in the terminal. So like this we can check it. So some compilers also we use void main. So some compilers like Turbo C or C++ allow main to return nothing. This is done by preceding it with the keyword void, but this is non-standard right now. So here you can also use the void in the Turbo C++, but it is non-standard. Variables and their usage. Declaring the variables. Variables always must be declared before use. So whenever you are using the variables means it must be declared before use. Example, here we are able to see int principal year and float rate and the simple interest. So these are the declaration of integer variables and these are declaration of the float variables. And now usage follows declaration. So here we are able to see a simple interest is equal to, like this we have used it, right? So we need to use arithmetic operators. So we have used different types of arithmetic operators. Operators are used in C are plus, minus, into for some multiplication, slash for division, modulus for the remainder. So these type of arithmetic operations we can use it. And another one which I want to explain is the printf. So C does not have a keyword to display the output. Instead it uses the library function printf from the studio.h. So here this is the studio.h. From this one it will use a library function printf. So syntax of the printf is so something like here in the double quotes we will be using the format string, and here we can use with a list of variables. So here specifies how value should be displayed. Common specifications are here we are using %f for floating point numbers, %d for integers and %c for characters we will be using. It can also contain literal text also, which is printed as it is. So here this is a literal text. So examples of the printf are something like this. So you are able to see it, right? Simple interest is something like this one. So now, so this is all about this one. So compilation and execution, how it will have. So role of editor and the compiler. So editor, this is an editor. Visual Studio Code is an editor and it is used to type the program. And we are having a compiler which converts the program to the machine language for execution. So we are having the GCC compiler. So it will be using to convert it into a machine language for execution. And now other programs in the development are, so preprocessor handles directives like hash include. So these are preprocessors and directives, and these preprocessor hash, these all things hash include, these are preprocessors. It will handle the directives like studio.h. These are all directives. Linker combines the program components and debugger. So these all things we are used. So now examples of IDEs are normally you will be able to see Turbo C, C++, Visual Studio Code, NetBeans and Code Runner. So like this Code Light, sorry, we will be using these all the things. Online compilers are also available for writing and executing the C programs. So now we are able to see about this example I have explained you. So now if you try to see hard coding values like P is equal to 1000, year is equal to 3 and rate of interest is 8.5 limits the program flexibility. To make the program more general, it should prompt the user for input during execution. So for this one we can use the scanf. So for this one what I can do it is, instead of asking like this, so here I can ask scanf, okay, for reading the input. So here enter principal amount, and here you can use something like, so principal is %d and here we need to mention ampersand principal, that's it. And here another one you can use scanf enter year, and here also you can take it as an %d and here you can ask year, ampersand year. So it needs to take ampersand year. I will try to explain you that one. And the last one which you need to take it is the rate, scanf enter rate of interest. So here rate of interest %f and here you can use ampersand rate, that's it. So now here we are mentioning we are asking the enter principal amount, enter year and also the enter rate of interest we are asking. So here %d is used for integers, %f is used for floating point numbers, and here we have used it. And address of operator we are using ampersand. Ampersand gives the memory address of the variable. So here instead of having the value, it will give the memory address of the variable, indicating where the input value should be stored. That is the thing. Input values must be separated by space, tab, new line like this. So space separated 1000. So like this also you can use it. So now I will try to explain you. So here we have implemented this one, right? Let's try to execute this one. So I am trying to execute. So let's save this one. I will try to execute this one. So here it will ask you the series of questions. Let it ask. So it needs to ask. It is taking some time. Let's wait. Simple interest is 0, 0. So it is taking. It is a. So let's try to execute it again. So I am trying to execute it. Let's see. whether it will ask you or not. Let's see. Sorry, the problem here what is happening is we should not write here something like enter principal amount like this. So directly scanf means we should take it like this only. So here we should enter, first one is printf, my mistake this one. Here we need to add principal amount, then only we need to add the scanf. Then here also we need to add enter printf. So here we need to enter it like this, then enter here. So we need to use scanf, and here also we need to add printf. Okay, printf. Here we need to add, this is my mistake. So we are working on Node.js, JavaScript, these all things, right? So now we are writing this simple code. So sometimes the problem comes. So fine. Now if you try to execute here, so now here you will be able to see enter principal amount. So, okay. So principal amount is 3000, let's assume, and it is asking enter here 3, and now it will be asking enter printf enter rate of interest. So it needs to ask enter rate of interest. Why it is not asking the same? Scanf percentage ampersand printf enter rate of interest. Yes, we should ask the rate of interest, right? Why it is okay, fine. So I kept slash in, right? Because of that reason, maybe it could be. So you should not write it slash and also here. So fine. Enter rate of interest is let's say 6.5. Now if you try enter, so here you'll be able to see 360. So now this one is a dynamic one. Now if I execute it again, let's try to delete this one, and I will try to execute this one again. Now if you try to see here, it will ask you enter principal amount. Okay, so I will be using 5000. And it will ask you enter year. Okay, it should be 4 years, and it will ask you rate of interest. It should be 9%, 9.0, and here if I place enter, so it should be 1800 monthly we need to pay. Sorry, yearly we need to pay 1800. So this is how we will be using the generic type of thing. Okay, so prompts enter the value. So it will prompt you to enter the values like principal, year, and also the rate of interest, and it will calculate the simple interest using the formula, and it will display the output using the printf. So this is how we will be displaying it. So by including concepts like ampersand and format specifiers, the program illustrates both user interaction and also memory handling. So in the conclusion, before wrapping up, what I want to tell is main is the heart of the every C program, handling execution and returning an integer status. Variables and operators allow computations. Printf and scanf are essential for interacting with the user. Compilation requires both an editor and a compiler, often provided through an IDE. This foundational knowledge enables an efficient programming in the C. So hope you understood about this printf and scanf and also the main functionality in the C programming. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. So in this video, we will try to do some of the problems programming through programming. So I will try to explain you one by one the coding thing. So some solutions we'll try to do it with the programming things. It's a basic thing. So you people as a freshers or you people are doing the BTech or anything, so you people can practice these things. For example, let's say that any user, so Ramesh, something like that, Ramesh has a basic salary and he needs to enter the basic salary through the keyboard, and we need to calculate the dearness allowance, which is a 40% of his basic salary, and also we need to calculate the house rent allowance, which is 20% of his basic salary. So we need to write a program to calculate his gross salary. So let's try to do it. So now here for this one, what I will try to do it is, let's try to create a new program. Here I will create a new file. Let's say that salary.c. Okay, so this is the thing. Now here I will be using hash include studio.h, and here in this one int main, I will be using int main, and here we need to calculate this one. So now here what I will try to do, here I will ask, here we can have float. So what is the basic salary? So here we can ask something like what we can do it is, we can ask the basic salary. So here we can ask basic salary, and here we need to know the DA, dearness allowance, and also the HRA, and also the total gross salary. So you can have it like this total. So these are the four things which we need to have. So first we need to know the gross salary. So enter the basic salary, basic salary, basic salary of the person, anything, whoever it may be the person. So now for this one, so we can do the scanf of, so here this one is a percentage f, right? So as this one is a float, percentage f, and we can calculate ampersand, sorry, ampersand basic salary. That's it. So now we got the basic salary. So what we need to do, so we need to calculate the BDA, dearness allowance. It should be something around 40% of the basic salary, right? 0.4 into the basic salary. That's it. We got the DA, and we need to get the HRA also. It should be something like 20% of the basic salary. So that means 0.2 into basic salary. So we got the DA, HRA, and also the basic salary also we got it. Now we need to know the gross salary. Gross salary is equal to nothing but basic salary plus DA plus HRA. So these all combined, you will be able to get the basic salary. So here we need to add a space so that we can able to understand it very easily. So now we need to print all the details. So printf, so I will be doing basic salary of the person is equal to percentage of slash n. So here we can write it something like basic salary. Now another one is printf dearness allowance is equal to percentage of slash n, sorry, slash n, and here we can write the DA. Last one is printf, so we can have what is that one, house rent allowance, house rent allowance is equal to percentage of slash n, and here you can have the HRA. The total one, last one is nothing but printf gross pay is equal to percentage of slash n. Here I can have something like gross salary. So now here I can do return 0. That's it. So this is our simple thing. So now if you try to execute the code, let's try to execute this code. So here it will ask you some series of questions. So let's try to see it. It is asking enter the basic salary of the person. Let's say that the basic salary of the person is 3000. Let's assume. And here you will be able to see the basic salary of the person is 3000. Dearness allowance is 1200 and house rent allowance is 600. Total gross pay is 4800. So this is how we will be calculating the total this one. So here the explanation of this one is, so here the person, try to see the program asks for the basic salary of the person, okay, and the formulas is dearness allowance, that is DA, it is 40% of the basic salary, and HRA it is 0.2% of the 20% of the basic salary, and gross salary is nothing but the sum of the basic salary, DA and HRA. So here the basic salary is read using the scanf and stored in the variable basic salary. So here it is stored. DA is calculated 40% of basic salary, and also it is stored in the DA, and HRA is calculated with 20% of basic salary, and it is stored in the HRA. So gross salary is calculated with the sum of basic salary, DA and HRA. The program prints the values of the basic salary, DA, HRA and gross salary using the printer. So this is the basic explanation of the code. So now the next one which I want to tell you is distance conversion. So here I will try to create a new one, that is nothing but distance. So here distance dot c. So now let's say that distance between the two cities is input through the keyword. Write a program to convert and print this distance in meters, feet, inches and centimeters. So this is the code which we need to write it. So the program converts a given distance in kilometers to meters, centimeters, feet and inches. So now here for this one what I will try to do it is, so here I will do the hash include, so distance hash include studio.h. Okay. Now here we will be having int main. So now in this main, let's say that we will be having a float. So I will be having kilometers. So we need to calculate the meters. M I will take it, centimeters, feet and inch. Okay. So these are the four things which we need to do it. So here if you want you can give a space like this. So now first of all we need to take the kilometers. So printf enter the distance in kilometers. So here I can use a like this, and here what we need to do, so we need to take the scanf. So in this scanf I can take the percentage of, and here we need to take the ampersand kilometer. That's it. So now what I will try to do, so first of all we need to calculate the meters. Meters is equal to kilometers into 1000. Okay, into 1000 we will be able to get the kilometers. So now meters, that is nothing but we know about this one. So now here we need to get the centimeters. Centimeters is equal to meter into 100, and next one is inches. So inch is equal to, so we need to get the centimeter divided by 2.54, then we will be able to get the centimeter. Now next one is, which we want to do it is, that is nothing but feet. Feet is equal to inch divided by 12. So these are the formulas. So we got all the things. Now we need to print the details. So here printf distance in meters is equal to, distance in meters is equal to percentage of slash n, and here I can use the meters. That's it. And now here distance in, here I can use the centimeter, and here I can use centimeter. And next one is distance in feet, so we can use the feet, and here I can use the feet. And last one is the distance in inches, I can use the inch. So this is how we will be doing, and last one we can be written 0. Now if you want to execute this code, so directly you can take this. So now here enter distance in kilometers, let's say 300 kilometers. Now it is showing distance in meters is 30,000, so 3,98,000, so something like this it is showing. So this is how we will be calculating the distance in the thing. So now here if you try to give the 3 means, you will be able to get the output. So the last one, the last code before closing this one, so I want to do another program, simple program, which will be calculating the aggregate and also the percentage calculation. Let's say that a student is there, so he got marks obtained by a student, so in 5 different subjects. So it should be taken as an input through the keyboard, and we need to write a program to find out the aggregate marks, that is total marks, and also the percentage marks obtained by the student. Assume that the maximum marks that can be obtained by a student in each subject is 100. So let's try to take it. So for this one, what I will try to do it is, so the same thing here, marks, I will try to take it marks.c program. So for this one, what I will do it is, so here also same thing, hash include studio.h, so int main. So in this one, let's say that I am having int, so marks m1 comma m2 comma m3 comma m4 comma m5 comma aggregate. Last one is the aggregate. So these are the integer marks, let's assume. So why I am taking it as an integer is, so we will be getting only with an integer. Let's say I am assuming it. So float will be the percentage will be always float, percentage I am taking it. So now I want to take the values. Printf enter marks in 5 subjects, enter marks in 5 subjects. So here I will be taking only one scanf. So here scanf, so I will be taking 3 values, something like you can also provide it like this also, percentage d, percentage d, percentage d, percentage d, and percentage d. 5 are there. So we can also use it like this, m1 comma ampersand, so ampersand m2 comma ampersand m3 comma ampersand m4 comma ampersand m5. So these are the things which we can do it. So here like this also, in single scanf also we can take it like this. Now aggregate is equal to m1 plus m2 plus m3 plus m4 plus m5. So these are the things which we can do it. So now here, so we are taking it as an aggregate, and now we need to calculate the percentage. So percentage means percentage is equal to aggregate divided by total 5 are there, 5 subjects. So now we need to printf. So printf aggregate marks is equal to percentage d slash n, slash n, and here you can use the aggregate. And in the same scenario, so here it should be printf, not print, and here also you can have it printf percentage marks is equal to percentage of slash n, and here we can use it something like percentage, that's it, and here I will use return 0. So now if you try to execute this code, so let's try to see it. So here it is executing, it is compiling, and after compilation it will ask you enter marks in 5 subjects. So let's say that 23 space 23 space 23 and space 35 space, like this I will enter. So now here you will be able to see the aggregate marks is 137 and the percentage in marks we got it is the 27. So this is how we will be calculating the aggregation of the marks. So now here, so key points to be understood is variables and data. The program uses the float for decimal values like salary, distance and percentages. Int is used for whole numbers like marks. Scanf is used to get input from the user. Printf is used to display the results. So basic arithmetic operations like multiplication, division and addition are used to calculate the results. So in problem second one, various conversions kilometers to meters, feet to inches, these are all the things we have did it, right? We have did it using the basic multiplication and division formulas. So first problem what we have did is calculate the gross salary using basic salary, dearness allowance and house rent allowance. So we have did it. And second one is convert the distance from kilometers to meters, centimeters, feet and inches we have did it. And the last one is we have calculated the aggregate and percentage marks of a student in 5 subjects. So these are the foundational C programming problems that deal with input arithmetic operations and displaying the results. So that's it guys about this one. So hope you understood about the basic foundational program, how to write the coding in the C language. So hope you understood about this concept. So if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In this video, we will try to learn about the C instructions. In the previous video, a program is essentially a set of instructions. These instructions allow us to perform specific tasks in a program. So that is the main thing. So this is the basic meaning of this one. So program normally it is a set of instructions. These instructions allow us to perform specific tasks in a program. In the previous video, we have learned how to write a simple C programs using various instructions. Now we will explore these instructions in more detail. So types of instructions in the C. C programs use 3 main types of instructions. One is type declaration, that is nothing but variable declaration, and arithmetic instruction. Last one is the control instruction. Each type serves a unique purpose in C programming. Let's dive deeper into each type. First one is type declaration instruction. This instruction is used to declare the type of variables in a program. So this first one is, so whenever you want to declare a variable, so this instruction is useful. Purpose of this one is, it informs the compiler about the kind of data a variable will hold. Example, integer, float, character, like this. Placement, typically written at the beginning of the main function or any block of code. So the example is int BAS, so declares an integer variable named BAS. In float RS gross salary, and here you will be able to see it declares 2 float variables RS and also the gross salary. Character name and code declares 2 character variables name and code. So these are the type declarations of a variable. Subtle variations, declaring and initializing simultaneously. So you can declare and assign it to a variable in a single statement also. For example, int I is equal to 10, j is equal to 10. So here we are declaring the variable and also initializing the value also, assigning the value also. Float a is equal to 1.5, b is equal to 1.99 plus 2.4 into 1.44. Like this arithmetic operation also we can do it. So this is declaring and initializing simultaneously. Order of declaration and usage. Variables must be declared before use. This is illegal because a is used before being defined. So here b is equal to a plus 3.1 and a is equal to 1.5. So here we are declaring, we are declaring the before use only, we are declaring it. So that means we are after declaring we are using it. So this is illegal. Assigning the same value to multiple variables. For example, let's say that here this is the correct int a, b, c, d. So if you want to assign the same value to the multiple variables, means a is equal to b is equal to c is equal to 10. So all variables are assigned to the value of 10. But here this one is incorrect. Int a is equal to b is equal to c is equal to d is equal to 10. This will cause an error. So this is one thing. So the next one is the arithmetic instruction. These instructions allow mathematical operations in a program structure. Left hand side should be always a variable and right hand side constants or variables connected using arithmetic operators. So this is the thing. Example is int ad, float, kot, deta, alpha, beta, gamma. So these are the float variables and this is the integer variable. And here I have initialized the variable ad is equal to 3200 and here kot is equal to 0.0056. I have initialized it. Now here deta is equal to alpha into beta by gamma plus 3.2 by 2.5. So I have used the arithmetic operation. Components in this example. So what are the components I have used in this example? So I have used multiplication, division, subtraction, addition and also the assignment operator is equal to also I have used it. So constants means integers 2, 5, 3, 2, 0, 0. So here we have used it as 2, 5, 3, 3, 2, 0, 0, 0.056. So those all things we have used it. And now variables are integers, one is ad and real variables are kot, data. These are all the float variables. So types of arithmetic statements. Arithmetic statements can be categorized based on the operands. Integer mode arithmetic statement. Operands are integers. So here int I king like this I have used. I is equal to I plus 1. King is equal to 24 plus like this I have used it. So here it will be always an integer. Real mode arithmetic component. Operands are real, that is nothing but floating point values. So float here we have used it and we have used some arithmetic for arithmetic calculation and always it will be in floating point number only. Mixed mode arithmetic statement. Operands are mix of integers and real values. So here we are having float and integer and we are using the simple interest like this and average also we are trying to have it. So this one is something like mixed arithmetic statement. Key points to remember. Single variable on the left. Only one variable can appear on the left hand side of the is equal to operator. So left hand side always only one variable should be there. So z is equal to k into l is valid. K into l is equal to z is not valid. Modulus division operator returns the remainder of an integer division. 10 by 2 is equal to 5. 10 mod 2 is equal to 0. So here modulus result is remainder and 10 by 2 is an dividend. Arithmetic operations on different data types. Operations can be performed on integers, floats and characters. For example, let's say that if you are trying to apply the arithmetic operations, x is equal to a and pi is equal to b and into z is equal to x plus y, if you are trying to do it, means then it will try to add the ASCII values of a 97 and 98 and it will result give the value 195. So this is also one concept which you need to remember. No built-in exponential operators. So we need to use the pow function from math.h in order to implement the exponential operator. So there is no built-in operator for that one. So we need to import it from the math.h header file. So float a is equal to power of 3.2 comma 2.0 raises 3.0 to the power of 2.0. Printf means then it will print the 9. Other useful mathematical functions which is declared in the math.h is absolute, square root, sine, cos, tan, trigonometric functions. These are also mentioned in the math.h. So in the conclusion, what I want to tell is this video covers the foundational types of instructions in the C. Type declaration instructions allow users to declare and initialize the variables. Arithmetic instructions enable mathematical computations using operators and operands. These instructions form the backbone of C programming and mastering them is essential for writing efficient and error-free code. So that's it guys about the instructions in the C programming language. Hope you understood about this concept. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In this video, we will try to cover about the in-depth explanation of type conversions, operator precedence and associative in the C programming. So let's try to see. First one is the arithmetic operations. So arithmetic operations, if I try to explain you, so here I will explain you with a, here I will write. So integer with integer, so yields an integer result. Okay. So here arithmetic operations, when you are trying to do arithmetic operation integer with an integer, the result will be an integer only. Example is 5 by 2 is equal to 2. So 5 by 2 is equal to 2. Always it will give you an integer division, truncates the decimal part. Float with float. So float with float means it will always yields the float result. So 1 second. Yeah. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. So in this video we will try to learn about the key concepts of integer and float conversions as well as the operator hierarchy and associativity in the C programming. So I will try to explain you with detailed explanation example. So let's try to address this topic step by step. So the first one which I want to tell you is the integer and the float conversion. Normally in C, when performing operations or assigning the values, the type of operands, integer or float, determines how the operations are executed and what type of result will be. So let's understand this one in detail. So rules for the arithmetic operations. So for example, let's say that whenever you are trying to, let's say this is an example. So whenever you are trying to do integer plus integer, means always it will result in integer only. Let's say that we are having int a is equal to 2 comma b is equal to 3. Let's say that we are having like this. Okay, b is equal to 3. So this is the thing which we are having. Now whenever you are trying to print this one, integer plus integer, a plus b, if I try to do int c is equal to a plus b, if I try to do this one, so integer plus integer always results in integer. For example, if I try to do 2 by 3 means, you know that 2 by 3 always will be an floating point, but here we are having integer plus integer, it will always result to an integer only. So that is one thing which you need to understand. For example, let's say that int result is equal to 5 by 2 or anything. So always results in integer. When two integers are involved in an operation, the result is always an integer. Any fractional part is truncated. That is one thing. So if you try to observe the float point, let's say that float number, if you are trying to do it, means then always will be a float. So here I am dividing with a float number. When two float point numbers are involved, means the result will be always a float. So that is one thing which you need to understand. So here you can see in such a way that I will show you printf. Okay, printf. So here you can do percentage d, or otherwise if you try to do, so always it will be a floating point number only. Okay, so that is one thing which you need to understand. So next one is, which you need to understand, is when an integer plus float, when an integer and a float are involved, means the integer is promoted to a float and the result is always a float. For example, let's say that I will try to explain you. Int a is equal to 5 and int b is equal to 2. Let's assume. So now here you are trying to have a float value, float result, and I will do printf. Okay, or otherwise we will try to see with an online compiler, then we will be able to see it very easily. So now we are able to see it very easily, right? So here let's assume that I am having the output run. So we are whether we are able to see the output or not. Yeah, here we are able to see it. So let's assume that we are having int a is equal to 5 and int b is equal to 2. Okay, and what I want to do, int result. Let's assume int result. Okay, or otherwise let's say that you know that it will be always float. So I will try to do it result. Now here I will calculate with result is equal to a by b. Okay, and I want to printf result is equal to, okay, we know that it is a percentage of, and here I will calculate with the result. So we will try to check whether what is the result. 5 by 2 means we know that one. So here I am trying to calculate, okay, integer with an integer. So that's why we are able to get within 2.000. So that means we are getting an integer value only. So the decimal part whichever you are trying to see, we are getting it as 0000. Why? Because so whenever you are doing with integer with an integer, means arithmetic operation, integer with an integer means you will always get an integer value only. So whether you declare with a float, the result whether you declare it with the float type also, always it will be an integer only in C. So whenever you are trying to do it with a float, so that means 5.0 and this one is 5.0, and let's assume that this one will be a float. Okay, and this is also a float. Then the result will be always the float only. So here now you will be able to see 2.5. So this is how you will be having, or integer plus float. For example, let's say that this is an integer and another one is a float. Then you will be getting the float only. Integer plus float is also a float only. So this is one thing which you need to understand. So this is arithmetic. Type conversion in assignments. So when assigning values, the type of the right hand expression is converted to match the type of the left hand variable. For example, let's say that a float is demoted to an integer by truncating its decimal part. For example, let's say that here I will try to remove it. let's say that I am having an int I variable, and here if I try to assign 3.7, okay, and if I want to check it within percentage d I, so now if you try to check it, so this one always I becomes 3, okay, I becomes 3, and fractional part 0.7 will be truncated. So that is one thing. So fractional part 0.7 will be truncated. So that is one thing. And integer to float. Integer is promoted to a float by appending 0.0. For example, let's say that for the same thing you are having a float, and here you are trying to assign a integer value. Now if you try to check it here, the output, so it will be always promoted to, okay, so here we are using percentage d, so I need to assign it to percentage f, yeah. So now you will be able to see 3.0000. So now you will be able to see that it has, now you have sent 3, but it will be 3.000 like this. So during evaluation, integers are promoted to floats if necessary, and the final result is converted to match the type of the left hand variable. So that is one thing. So now let's say that I will be having one simple example. I will try to show you. So we are having float a is equal to 2.5, b is equal to 4.0, and I am having an int result. So now if I try to do result is equal to a into b plus means, so result is always integer only. Why? Because it has been declared as an integer, and here this one will be demoted to int after calculation. So that is one thing. So this is all about the arithmetic operations, and I will explain you about the operation hierarchy, operator hierarchy. So normally the operator hierarchy, the first precedence which it will be taking is the star, okay, star, slash, and modulus will have the, and modulus will have the highest priority, multiplication, division, modulus. Second priority is plus and minus, and the last priority is the is equal to. So this is the hierarchy of the common operators. Operators with higher precedence are performed first. Example, for example, let's say that int I is equal to 2 plus 3 into 4. Okay, let's assume that int I is equal to 2 plus 3 is equal to 4 means, then what will happen? First 3 into 4 will be calculated, 3 4s 12, and 2 plus 12, and now the answer will be 2 plus 12 14. So like this it will be calculated. So if I try to check percentage d comma I and semicolon, so now if you try to run the output for this one, so you will be able to see the output as 14. So precedence will be taken care. For example, if you try to apply the parenthesis means, then the output will change it to 20. So 2 plus 3 is equal to 5, 5 4 is 20. Now the output will change it to 20. So parenthesis can change the order of the operations. Associative resolves this between operators of the same precedence. Most operators star, slash, modulus, plus and minus are left to right associative. So it will be left to right associative. So that means what it will happen? So left, from left to right it will be happen. So here let's say that I am having 10 by 2 into 3, let's assume. So we are having something like this. So here what will happen is, first left to right associative, I told you right, left to right associative, right? So here we will be able to see 10 by 2 is there. So first 10 by 2 will be calculated, it will be 5, then afterwards 5 into 3 it will be calculated. Now the result will be 15. So you will be able to see 15. So this is how left to right associativity it will happen. So this is all about the hierarchy of the common operators which I want to explain you. So left to right I have explained you, right? So parenthesis also, if you want to make it parenthesis means, so you can change the order of precedence with the parenthesis also, you can change it. Now 10 by 5 it will become 2 3 6, 10 by 6 like this. So integer value you will be able to get, integer division you are getting. So this is all about the concept of this one. So hope you understood about this concept. So in summary, integer operations yield integer, float operations yield floats. Mixed type operations promote integers to floats. Operator hierarchy and associativity govern the evaluation of expression. Parenthesis can be used to override the default precedence rules. So this is all about the associativity of operations and all those things in the C language. So hope you understood about this concept. So if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In this video, we will try to learn about the control statements in this one. So we'll try to understand how we can decision control in programming in the C language. We'll try to see it. Not only in the C language, in all the programming languages, how we can control this decision control. Let's try to see. For example, let's say that in our real-time life, if you want to modify our actions, we often modify our actions based on the specific conditions. For example, let's say that if the weather is fine, you might decide to go for a stroll. Let's say if the highway is busy, you might take a diversion. or something like if someone joins a WhatsApp group, you might send them interesting videos. So like this you will be having some decision making. So these decisions depend on whether certain conditions are met or not. Similarly, in the programming also, conditions determine which actions to perform. This is essential because not all programs can execute instructions in a fixed sequential manner. So let's try to see about this one. In programming, sometimes we want one set of instructions to execute under certain circumstances and another set in a different circumstances. So in C programming, this is achieved using decision control instance. So for this one, so how it will look like is, for example, let's say that the syntax for this one is, I will try to show you. If condition is there, statement 1. So like this it will be. If condition, statement 1 or else statement 2. So here explanation is the condition is enclosed in a parenthesis. If the condition evaluates to true, the statement 1 is executed. If the condition evaluates to false, then the statement 2 will be executed. The statement 2 will be executed. Conditions are created using relational operators which compare two values. So the relational operators are, first one is, so relational operators define how two values are compared. Here are the operators and their meanings. For example, let's say that you will be having something like x is equal to y. So not triple equal to x equal to y. So this one is true if x is equal to y, and we will have another situation x is not equal to y, and this one will be true if x is not equal to y, and here you will be having x less than y. These are all relational operators. True if x is less than y, x is greater than y. So here it will be true if x is greater than y, x is less than or equal to y. Then true if x is less than or equal to y, and here it will be x greater than or equal to y. So if it is true if x is greater than or equal to y. So these are the conditions, relational operators which we will be checking. So equal to is the equal to is equal to operator. You need to understand here. It is used to compare two values. If you are having single equal to means, then it is an assignment operator used to assign a value to a variable. So this is what about the condition statement. So now I will try to give a simple example to understand the if-else statements in and the relational operators. So for example, let's say that the problem for this one is, if a quantity is purchased more than 1000 means, then I need to apply 10% discount to that one. Otherwise, I should not apply any discount. So we need to calculate the total expenses based on the quantity and the price per item. So let's try to go into this one. So here I will try to create a new file, that is nothing but new file, or otherwise I will take it in online editor. Yeah, here online editor will be fine. So here I will be asking, so we will be having int quantity. So I will be having a quantity, and another one is discount. Let's issue. So these are the quantities and the discount, and we will be having a float, that is nothing but total rate, rate, and also the total. So this one is the thing, price per item. Rate means price per item. So now here I will be asking printf enter quantity and price per item. Okay, so this is our printf, and I will do scanf. So quantity means percentage d, so it should be whole number, and percentage of, here I can do ampersand quantity, another one is ampersand rate. So now here if quantity is greater than 1000 means, then I need to apply a discount. So here discount will be 10%, or otherwise else will be discount will be 0. Discount is equal to 0. So this is the condition. So now here I need to apply the quantity, so total price. So here first of all, so discount price I need to take. So what is the discount price? So here what I can do it is, here I can apply something like what I can do it is, so float, here also I can do price with discount. So we don't know, right, price with discount how much you will be able to get. So here I can do price with discount is equal to, so this one is price with discount is equal to, so how much it will be, quantity, here I can write into quantity, so how much is the quantity, and also how much is the rate, and I need to apply the discount. So this all divided by 100, so I can get So at not 1100. So now I will get the price per discount. So total quantity means, so what can I do here? Total is equal to, so here I can write something like quantity into rate. So this is the total thing. I need to cancel out with the price with the discount. That's it. So I can get the discount, right? So if no discount is there, means there will be a 0 only. So here I can do printf total expenses is equal to rupees, you can keep it, percentage of /n, and here I can give the total. That's it. So return 0. Now if you try to execute this, let's try to run this one. So it is asking enter quantity and price per item. Okay, quantity is 10 and price per item is 45. Our quantity is more than 1000, right? So without quantity you will try to do. So that means here what it will do, 10 into 45 it should be something around. So here you will be able to see 10 into 45, 450 rupees is the total expenses. So in the same scenario, what I will try to do, I will try to calculate with the discount. So here the discount will be greater than 1000, right? So I will be giving 1100, okay, and the item is 4 rupees, let's assume. So here you will be able to see the discount has been applied around 40 rupees or something like that. So here we are able to get 3960. So with the discount it has been applied. So here how the program works. So user enters the quantity and the price per item. So here we are entering, and if the quantity is greater than 1000 means the condition evaluates to true and the discount is set to 10%. And if the quantity is less than or equal to 1000 means the condition evaluates to false and the discount is applied to 0. So total expenses is calculated something like the total expenses to here the total is quantity into rate, and here I need to calculate the discount, how much discount it needs to apply. So quantity into rate and discount by 100, so that I can get the discount, how much discount I need to apply. If the discount is 0 means everything by divided by 0 is 0 only. So here for total means minus this minus thing, and I will be able to get the expense. So here the total expense is printed. So this is how we will be calculating. So now, so if no action is needed means when the condition is false means you can omit the else block also. That's not a problem. You can keep it as a discount is equal to 0. Here you can initialize it, and here you can remove this else block. So then you can omit this one also. So this also works, not a problem. So here you can see 10 and 45. So you'll be able to get the same output. And here if you try to observe the same thing, 1206. So you'll be able to see 6480. So then also it will work. This concludes the explanation of the decision control instruction, relational operators, and the simple if-else statement in the C programming. So hope you understood about this concept. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In this video, I will try to explain the use of if-else statement in the C programming with a focusing on handling how to handle the multiple statements inside each block. So if and else and the nesting if else also I will try to explain you. So normally what we have seen a simple if we have seen it. Now if else statement, so how we can handle it in the C programming, let's try to see. In C, when you want to execute more than one statement inside the if or else block, you need to group them using the braces. This is called an if block for the if statement and an else block for the else statement. So example I will try to show you. So I will write a program for calculating the gross salary of an employee. If the basic salary is less than 1500 means it needs to calculate the HRA and DA as per the percentages, like whatever the percentage we will be giving of the basic salary. If the salary is rupees 1500 or more means then the HRA is fixed to 500 and the DA is calculated as the percentage of the salary. So let's try to write the code for this one. So that means here the coding is if it is less than 1500 means then DA and HRA should be calculated with the percentage. If it is 1500 or more means then HRA is fixed to 500 and DA should be calculated as per the percentage. So this is the requirement of our program, and now we need to write it, the code. So what I will try to do is here I will remove this entire code. So we are using the online compiler only. So now what I will try to do it is, so here in this one, let's have float. Okay, basic salary I will have, and the another one is gross salary. So these are the gross salary, and you will be having a DA and HRA. So this is the thing. Now we will ask printf enter basic salary. Okay, so here we will be having a scanf. So this one is a float number, right? Percentage of, so ampersand basic salary. So you will be taking the basic salary. So this is the variable which we are having it. Fine. Now if basic salary is less than 1500 means, then what I need to do? So here I need to calculate the HRA is equal to basic salary into 10 divided by 100. So if you want, you can keep it as a bracket like this. Why? Because left to right associative will be there. So into will be done at the first time. So fine. So now we got the HRA. Now the DA is equal to, so we will be having the basic salary into 90% of the basic salary, the DA should be given, and I need to divide it by 100. That's it. So this is the formula which we are having. So now if it is greater than 100, so 1500 or greater than 1500 means, then what I need to do? So HRA is fixed to 500. So we know that HRA is fixed to 500. And the another one is DA. So we need to calculate the DA. So DA is basic salary into 98%. I will take it. 98% of the basic salary divided by 100. So we will try to give divided by 100. That's it. Okay. So we'll try to press enter. Yeah. So now we got the thing. Now I need to calculate the total gross salary for this one. Gross salary is equal to basic salary plus DA plus HRA. So depending on the conditions, it will be calculated. So now I want to printf gross salary is equal to piece percentage f slash n. So if you want, you can keep it, and I want to give the gross salary. That's it. Finish. This is our code. So let's try to run it. This one, let's try to see. Enter basic salary. So the basic salary is something around 1600, let's say. So the gross salary is 3668. So for example, if I try to run it again, and let's say that gross salary is 1000, so then it is 2000. So that's it. 10% and 90% we are calculating, right? Total it is 100%. 2000 we are able to see. So 98 plus 500. So like this. So this is how we will be calculating the if block thing. So here, if I try to explain you, the statements inside the first if block are executed when the basic salary is less than 1500. So when the basic salary is less than 1500, the if block statements are executed. It calculates the HRA as 10% and DA as 90% of the basic salary. So in the else block, if we try to see, the statements inside this else block are executed when the basic salary is rupees 1500 or more. It assigns 500 as HRA and calculates the DA as 90% of the basic salary. So for example, so this is how we will be calculating. So the next one which I want to explain is the nesting if else statements. You can also have one if else statement inside another if or else block. This is called as a nested if. I will try to show you one example. So here I will try to show you one example here like this. So for example, let's say that I will show you here in our code only. So here, for example, let's say that this is our code. So this is our code, and here you can have int I is equal to 1. Let's say. So here we are trying to check here in this one, if I is equal to 1 means, then it will print the, if it will print a message, it will print a message more questions like this. So if I is not equal to 1 means, then it will go into the else block. But if I is equal to 2 means, then it will ask you, it will print another message. But neither of these conditions, I is not equal to 1 or I is not equal to 2 means, then it will try to print this else block. So this is how it will be printed. So this is called as a nested if else statement. So in C, the condition inside an F statement does not have to be a Boolean expression. So this is one important information you need to understand. So in the C condition, inside an if statement does not have to be a Boolean expression, true or false. Any valid expression that results in a non-zero value is treated as true, and 0 is treated as false. For example, let's say that you are having an if block something like this, let's assume. Okay, if you are having an if block like this, means it is true because the expression results in as 5 what it is a non-zero. And also, for example, let's say that you have given assignment operation in the if block, if a is equal to 10, it is also valid because a is assigned as 10, so it is a non-zero, hence it is true. Even the negative numbers, something like the negative numbers are 0, floating point numbers also valid as true only. So here -5 or 3.15, so like this, if you add it in the false, it is treated as a true. So this is one thing. A common error is placing a semicolon right after the if block. Some people will try to do like the semicolon. So this is the common error which you will be able to see. This causes the if block to be empty and the following statement always gets executed regardless of the condition. So for example, here if you try to see if a is equal to 5, like this you have printed, means always you entered 5, this one will be executed regardless of the I value. So that is one thing which I want to explain you. So that's it guys about this multiple statements if and also the nested if thing. So hope you understood about this concept and also the rules and regulations how to follow the if block when it is treated as a true. So the truthy thing also I have explained you. So in this video we have covered how to use the multiple statements inside if and else blocks grouped with braces, and also we have seen about the nesting if else statements to handle multiple conditions, expression handling in if statements when non-zero values are treated as true and 0 as false, a caution about the semicolon after the if conditions which can lead to the logical errors also we have seen it. So that's it about this concept. So hope you understood about this thing. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video, and if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. So in this video we will try to do some programs, some problems in the C program, demonstrating the basic concepts of the programming using C, and also focusing on this decision control structure which we have learned about the if else statements. So these are some of the programs we'll see. The first program which we'll see is the profit or loss calculation. So what this program will tell you, this program calculates whether a seller made a profit or got a loss or neither based on the cost price and the selling price entered by the user. So the logic explanation which I want to tell you is, if the selling price is greater than the cost price, means then the seller has made a profit. If the selling price is less than the cost price, means then the seller incurred a loss. So like this, the logic explanation I will try to show you in the Notepad++ so that you will be able to understand it very clearly. Notepad++, yeah. So here profit and loss calculation I will try to show you. So here let's go into the new one. Yeah. So here, so if the selling price is greater than the cost price, means then the seller made a profit. Okay, if that means profit is equal to selling price minus cost price, and loss means if the selling price is less than the cost price, means then the seller has incurred a loss. So loss means cost price minus selling price. No profit, no loss means if the selling price is equal to the cost price, neither profit nor loss. So this is the logic explanation. So now what I will try to do, so user, the input is user inputs the cost price and the selling price. Now we need to calculate the profit using the selling price minus cost price, and the loss is calculated as cost price minus selling price. If profit is positive, means then the program prints the profit value. If the loss is positive, means then the program prints the loss value. If the profit is 0, means it means that is neither profit nor loss. So input, for example, let's say that input is 25.15, means the seller has incurred a loss of 10 rupees. So let's try to see this our program for this one, profit or loss calculation. So I will be using the online editor for this one. So here this is the thing, and I will try to return the 0. So that means I explained you right, it's a success case. So now we will be having a float, cost price. So we will be having two things, cost price, selling price, okay, and the another one is profit. I am writing like this, profit and a loss. So these are the float variables. So now we will be asking printf enter cost price and the selling price, like this. So now here scanf, we will be getting two variables, percentage of comma ampersand cost price, and also ampersand cost price, and also ampersand selling price. So these are the two variables which we will be getting. So now we need to calculate the profit. Profit is equal to selling price minus cost price, and the loss is equal to cost price minus selling price. That's it. So now if profit, so now here we will be using the profit condition. If profit is greater than 0, so that means we got a profit. So here I will try to do seller printf seller has made a profit of rupees percentage 0.2f. Okay, and here I can write the profit, that's it. So else, if loss is greater than 0 means then printf seller has made a loss of rupees, here also I can do percentage 0.2f, and here it will be loss. That's it. So nothing has happened means then I can do a else printf there is no loss or profit. That's it. So this is the thing. So this is the output for this one. Now if I try to execute this, run this one, it will ask you, it is executing, so let it execute. Command timeout. What is the problem for here? I don't know. Let's execute it again. So fine, here it is asking enter cost price and the selling price. So here I will be adding the cost price as 300 and the selling price as 500. So now if you press enter, command not found. So what could be the reason here? Printf, it is correct. If profit is greater than 0, else if loss is greater than 0, everything is correct. Command not found. So that's why we should not rely on these online compilers and all those things. It's better if we have our own Visual Studio only. But why unnecessarily to go? We'll try to check it here at the final thing. This one return 0. So now if I try to run this one, so let's see whether it will ask or not. Enter cost price. Okay, 300 and 500. If I press enter, see seller has made a profit of 200. So now this compiler is fine. So just like our local compiler. So now seller has made a profit of 200. If I try to make it as a cost price and selling price equal 300 and 300, so there is no loss or profit. If I try to run it something like cost price is 500 and I have sold it for only 200, then seller has made a loss of 300. So now this one is able to work perfectly. So we are able to calculate the profit and loss calculation depending on the user. So now the seller has made a profit or incurred a loss, or neither based on the cost based on the cost price and selling price, we are able to do it. So the next one which I want to explain is the odd or even number. So this program checks whether an integer entered by the user is odd or even. So now for this one, so what we can do it is, so the logic explanation I will try to do it. It's a simple thing only, it's a simple code only. I will remove this entire code here from top to bottom. So this code is finished, and here I will use int n. Okay, or otherwise what I will try to do it is, I will keep it like this only. So now here I will be having a number, int number. So we got a number. Now what I need to do, so printf, I will ask enter any number. Okay, and here I will be using the scanf. Okay, and in the scanf what I will try to do, so here %d, and I will ask ampersand number. Okay, we got the number. Now what I will try to do, if n mod 2 is equal to not equal to 0. So if it is 0 means then I can do printf the number is even. So this is an even number. And if else, So if it is not there means then what I can do, printf the number is odd. That's it. So this is how we will be writing whether to find an even number or non-number. So here you can use the return 0 so that it is a success case. So now the explanation for this one is, so how can I explain this one is odd or even number. So now this program checks whether an integer entered by the user is odd or even. So if a number is even means if it is divisible by 2 without any remainder, that means n mod equal to 0 means then we can say it as an even number, or otherwise it is odd. So now here the program explanation, if I try to see the input, we are taking the input, user inputs an integer n. So we are checking the condition, if n mod 2 is equal to 0 then the number is even we are printing, or else we are printing the number is odd. So now let's try to see the sample output for this one. So it will ask, so what it is trying, okay, n we have written, right, number. Okay, so now here you will be able to see it is asking enter any number. So now if I try to write 45, it should tell that, oh sorry, 45, it should tell that it is number is odd. In the same scenario, if I try to write 12 means it should tell it as a number is even. So this is how we will be able to calculate the what I mean to say, the number is even or not. So the last problem or the last program which I want to explain you before closing of this one is leap year determination. So how we can determine the leap year thing, I will try to explain you. So normally this program, so whatever the program we are trying to write determines whether a given year is a leap year or not. So the logic explanation what I want to tell you is, a year is a leap year if it is divisible by 4 and not divisible by 100. So that means year mod 4 is equal to 0 and also year mod 100 is not equal to 0, then we can say it is an divisible by it is a leap year. Or otherwise year mod 100 is equal to 0 means year mod 4 is not equal to 0 means if it is divisible by 100 means then also it is a leap year. So this is the blind logic for the finding of the leap year, otherwise it is not a leap year. So let's try to see. So I will try to write the code for this one, leap year calculation. Let's say that we are having an int year. So here I will write printf enter year, and here I can ask the scanf %d, so it is an integer, and here I can write the year ampersand year, so that the memory location, in the memory location the value will be saved. So now if year mod 100 is equal to 0, if it is equal to 0 means then what I can do, so if it is equal to 0 means 100 equal to 0 means then I need to check that if year mod 400 is equal to 0 or not. If this one is also equal to 0 means then we can say that it is a printf, it is a leap year. Okay, so for example let's say that if it is not a if it is not mod 400 is not equal to 0 means then we can blindly say that printf not leap year. Okay, so now one if condition is finished. So for example let's say that year mod 100 is not equal to 0, then we need to check that else, and here we can write in such a way that else if year mod 4 is equal to 0 or not, year mod 4 is equal to 0 or not, we will try to check it. Then we can print it printf leap year. So I am trying to write it here with the nested if thing so that you can able to understand it very easily. The freshers, so who are trying to learn this C language and who are BTech students, they can easily able to understand it. So now here I will be writing printf not a leap year. That's it. So this is the logic for this one. So now if I try to execute this, so run it, if I end not a leap year, okay, I did forgot to keep a semicolon. So now here it is asking 2012. If I try to enter, if I press enter, it is saying it is a leap year. If I try to run this one 2013, then it is not a leap year. So this is how we can able to calculate that whether a given year is a leap year or not. So that's it guys about this all the things. So hope you understood about this concept. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In this video, we will discuss about the logical operators and also the conditional constructs in the C programming language. So now this video discusses how logical operators and conditional constructs in programming language can be used to execute multiple conditions and take appropriate actions. So let's see about this one with clear examples and explanation. So logical operators in C. C actually provides three logical operators. First one is the ampersand, ampersand, and. So this combines two conditions. Both conditions must be true for the result to be true. So example which I will try to show you is the, for example, let's say that this is the example. If A is greater than 10 and also B is less than 20, then both conditions are true. So this is called as a logical AND. And another one is logical OR. So this is another example which you will be having, combines two conditions. At least one condition must be true for the result to be true. So this condition will be in such a way that we will be writing in the C programming language. If A is greater than 10 or B is less than 20. So then it will print this one. At least one condition is true. So the last one is the negation not operator. So this not operator, what it will try to negates a condition. The result is true if the condition is false. Then only it will be false. So now here you will write condition in such a way that if not of A greater than 10, then the condition is false. So these are the three logical operators that are available in C, and we will be using it. So now I will try to take one simple example. So we need a program that takes marks in 5 subjects, calculate the percentage and determines the division based on the following rules. First division is percentage greater than or equal to 60 means then it is first thing. Second division means 50 less than or equal to percentage less than 60. So that means it should be in between 50 and 60. Third division means it should be between 40 and 50, and less than 40 means fail. So now I will try to show you a simple example. So I have already example with me. So just I will try to copy it and I will show it here. So here this is the thing. So now here we are taking the 5 subjects marks M1, M2, M3, M4 and M5, and we are taking the percentage also. So these are the integer, and here we are printing F and we are trying to check the value for this one. Okay. So now here we are checking the percentage M1 plus M2 plus M3 plus 4 into 100 divided by 500. So we are checking the percentage for this one. So if the percentage is greater than or equal to 60 means, then what we need to do, it's a first division. Else if the percentage is greater than or equal to 50 means, then it is second division. Else if a percentage is greater than or equal to 40 means, then third, or otherwise fail. So now if I try to run this one, so it will be asking you about, so here I can write 35, 45, 25 and 56 and 67. Let's try to see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So if I try to click at it, so we got the third division. So that means greater than or equal to 40. So we got the third division. So this is how we will be able to calculate. So now here we are writing the nested if else conditions. So now advantages for this one is straightforward to write. Disadvantages is code becomes difficult. So here the simple nested if, by using nested if we have written. Code becomes difficult to read due to excessive nesting. Matching if else pairs and braces is challenging. Indentation increases, making debugging harder. So now the same way, by using the logical operators we can implement the same thing. So this approach eliminates logical operator approach eliminates nesting by combining conditions using logical operator ampersand, ampersand and OR. So for this one what we can do, it is the same scenario we can write in such a way that, so these all if conditions, nested if conditions, you can remove it, and here I will be writing in such a way that if percentage is greater than or equal to 60 means first division, if the percentage is greater than or equal to 50 and less than 60 means second division, and if the percentage is greater than or equal to 40 and less than 50 means third division. So that is. So now if you try to run the same output, so now here you will be able to get the same output 34, 23 and 13 and 56 and 47. So if I try to press enter, now he is failed. So this is the thing. So now here you will be able to get this one. So advantages of this one is code is flat and easier to read and no nested blocks. Disadvantages is all conditions are evaluated even if one is already satisfied, leading to unnecessary checks. So method 3 is using else if condition. Okay. So here we have used all the nested if condition, right? So method 3 what we can use it is this approach is use the else if construct to eliminate the unnecessary evaluation. So for this one, so what can I do here? If we are using the simple if like this, so we can have something like this one. So if percentage greater than 60 means like this, else if means like this, and else if means like this. So here we can do it like this. So now if I try to check the scenario, then also we will be able to get it pass. So 34, 45 and 56 and 67. If I press enter, so we got the third division. So this is how. So this reduces the indentation once a condition is satisfied and no further conditions are checked. Handles the none of the above case with the final else clause. So this is how we will be checking the what I want to say is the logical operators. So this is how we will be using the logical operators. Now the key takeaways is, so here what I want to tell you is, so by the end of this video, logical operators simplify condition handling but may lead to unnecessary evaluations if not used carefully. Else if is efficient and reduces code complexity when dealing with multiple exclusive conditions. Choose the approach that best suits your specific requirements and ensures code readability and maintainability. So that's it guys about this one, logical operators concept. Hope you understood about this concept. So if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In this video, we will try to see about the usage of these logical operators and conditional operators in the C programming language, which are essential tools for decision making in the programs. So let us try to understand each one in this video. So first one is logical operators. So that is nothing but we can say it as an yes or no problem. So I already told you the logical operators are the mainly three types. Logical operators are used to combine multiple conditions or expressions to produce a Boolean result, true or false. The three main logical operators are logical AND, logical OR, and also the logical NOT. So in this video, we will see about this logical thing. So for example, let's say that I will try to write a program for this one. So normally, so let's try to understand a program that where the insurance eligibility of a driver. So we'll try to see the program something like the insurance eligibility of a driver. So it should be determined based on his marital status, gender and age. So the driver will be insured only if, so this is the program which we'll try to write, if he is married and they are an unmarried male above 30 years old or they are unmarried female above 25 years old, then only this insurance is valid. So now if you want to take an insurance means at least you should be married, or otherwise if you are unmarried means and male means then you should be 30 years old, or otherwise if you are unmarried female means then you should be 25 years old. So now the C program which we are trying to write it here, so we need to use the logical operators for this one. So the C program uses logical operators to combine these conditions into a single check. The conditions are checked using logical AND and also logical OR, and the final decision is made using an if condition. So let's try to write this one. So for this one, so what can I do here? So the condition so in which we can write it is, for example, let's say that I have already the code with me. So just I will copy and paste it here so that you can able to understand it clearly. I will explain you the code here. So here we are having explanation of this thing. So here we are having a character, char, sex and also the marital status we are trying to check. And we are checking the int age also. So these are all the things I am getting it. Age, sex and also the marital status. So here we need to enter it. So now here I am trying to check the conditions for this one. So here marital status is equal to M. So that means if the driver is married and the result is true, insured. So if the marital status is married means then it is true. So for example, if the second condition, if the marital status is if the driver is unmarried and male and older than 30, then it is true. Okay, and another one I am trying to check, if he is unmarried, the driver is unmarried, female, and he is greater than 25, then it is also true. So if any of these conditions are true means then the driver should be insured. So now if I try to execute this one, so let's try to see it here. So it will ask you age. Okay, fine. So I will write it as in 45. Okay, and I should be sex is so unmarried. Okay, so I will try to add it as an unmarried, and also I am male. Let's try to check it. So now here if I try to see, driver should be insured. So that is the thing. So now using logical operators with multiple conditions. So you can also check the logical operators. So now, so we will try to see logical operators. See, they are now in this one. I will try to explain you about the logical operators, logical and illogical are, can simplify decision making process involving multiple conditions. For example, in a company salary calculation program, the salary depends on the gender, years of service and qualification. So if you want to write it means, so you can have so very big one. So I will try to explain you this one. So here I can have a simple code. So just I want to show you the simple code for this one. So here year of service, qualification and also the salary. So here we are asking enter gender, year of service and qualification. So like this we can use these multiple conditions like this and we can able to get this one. So we'll try to see the scenarios and all the things. This program calculates the salary based on the three factors: gender, years of service and qualification. The logical operators and or are used to combine the conditions that determine the salary. So if the gender is male and years of service is greater than 10 and also the qualification is equal to 1 means then the salary will be 11,000. So else if gender is male and year of service is greater than 10 and the qualification is equal to 0 means, so here graduate and also the postgraduate. So if he is only the graduate means there are, if the gender is male and year of service is less than 10 and the qualification is postgraduate means then the salary is 10,000. So like this based on the qualifications and all the things, so you can able to determine, write the logic for this one. So the last one which I want to tell you is the not operator. Okay, the not operator is used to reverse the logical value of the expression. If an expression is true means applying the not operator will make it false and vice versa. This is particularly useful for negating the conditions. For example, if not of flag, something like that. So this is how we will be trying to do it. So we should also know about the operator precedence. The second one which I want to tell you is the operator precedence. So now here if I want to learn about this operator precedence, here in C programming, operators have different levels of precedence which determine the order in which the operations are performed in an expression. So now I will try to provide the value summary of this one. So logical not has the highest precedence and star, this one arithmetic operations have the next highest precedence. Logical and has a lower precedence and OR has the lowest precedence. Operators with higher precedence are evaluated before those with lower precedence. You can use parentheses to alter the order of evaluation if needed. So the last one which I want to discuss you with before closing this one is conditional operator. So now what is this conditional operator or ternary operator, we can say. The conditional operator is a shorthand for an if-else statement and is sometimes called the ternary operator because it takes three operands. The general syntax is expression, question mark, expression 2 and expression 3. I will write it here. Expression 1, question mark, expression 2 and expression 3. If expression 1 is true means then expression 2 is evaluated and returned. If expression 1 is false means then expression 3 is evaluated and returned. For example, let's say that this is our example. Int x is equal to age greater than 18 means then 1 0. So if age is greater than 18 means then x will be 1 or else x will be 0. So this is a simple thing. So you can also use the nested conditional operators also. So nested conditional operators means you can nest conditional operators to handle more complex conditions. For example, here if you try to check it here, big is equal to a is greater than b, then we will be checking a is greater than c, then 3 or otherwise 4. So if a is not greater than b means then I will try to check whether b is greater than c or not. So then 6 and 8. So this one is the complex nested conditional operators. So now what I want to tell you is, so there is a points out a common mistake where the colon part of the conditional expression might cause an error if it includes multiple statements. To fix this, enclose this one in a parenthesis. For example, let's say that here I will try to show you a is greater than b means question mark g is equal to a or otherwise g is equal to b. So this is the correct way. So this is how you can assigning thing you can do it. So total in the summary what I want to explain you is, so now this video explains how logical operators, logical and logical or and not operator and conditional operators like question mark this one are used to handle decision making programs in the C program. Logical operators are used to combine multiple conditions while the conditional operators provide a more concise way to express simple if-else statements. Understanding the precedence of operators and using parentheses effectively is key to ensuring that expressions evaluate in the correct order. So this is the main thing which I want to explain you. So here in this video we have learned about the logical operators like logical and logical or, how we can use it with the different ways, and also the not operator we have seen, and we have seen about the operator precedence also. The not operator has highest precedence and R as the lowest precedence, and we have seen about the ternary operator question mark and the colon which will be evaluated. So that is guys about this one. So hope you understood about this concept. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video, and if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In this video we will learn about the loop control structure. So introduction to the loop control instructions. So in programming, loops are a mechanism to repeat a set of actions multiple times. So if you want to repeat a multiple set of actions multiple times, then loops are only the thing. This repetition can be used in a specific count or a condition. Loops are a powerful tool for automating repetitive tasks, making programs efficient and concise. So key points. So what are these key points in this one? Let's try to see. Loops allow executing a portion of code repeatedly. So I already told you. Loop stops when a specified condition is no longer true. So until and unless that specified condition is true, the loop will be repeated. So there are normally three types of loops are there in C language. Types of loops are while, for and do while. So in this video we will focus here in the first one, the while loop. Let's try to focus on this one. So about the while loop will do. Now the while loop. So let's try to learn about the while loop. The while loop is used when the number of repetitions depends on a condition that is checked before each iteration. So now this condition will be checked before each iteration. So I will try to give you the syntax for this one. So the syntax will be like this: while, condition and body of the loop. So here what I want to explain you is, so the syntax I will try to explain you. The condition is evaluated at the start of each iteration. So this condition will be evaluated at the start of each iteration. If the condition is true, the body executes. Then the body of the loop executes if the condition is true. If the condition becomes false, the loop stops and the control moves to the statement following the loop. So the control, it will move to the next statement. So that is the thing. So I will try to show you an example program of a simple interest calculation. So now I will try to show you about the simple thing. Let me try to show you. So now, so let me open the online compiler for this one, Chrome. So fine. So this is our online C compiler. Now let's try to write the code. So here I will be writing the code in such a way. I will explain you this concept also. So first one is int principal and the year and the count. I will take it. Okay. The count here I am taking extra count. Float, rate and also the simple interest. So this is the simple thing which I would be trying to take it. Okay. So now here I will loop over the while loop. While, and here I will make it as a count is equal to 1. So here it's a semicolon. Count is equal to 1. So this is the thing. While count less than or equal to 3. While count less than or equal to 3. Then here what I will try to do. So I will ask the printf enter values of principal, rate. So here I will ask principal here also it should be principal, and here it should be rate here, sorry, here, and also here rate of interest. So rate of interest. So now here it will be scanf. So I will be taking the three values, scanf, okay, principal and year and rate. Okay. So here I will be having the rate. So now I need to calculate the simple interest. Simple interest is equal to principal into year into rate. So it should be divided by 100. That's it. Divided by 100. Now I want to print the simple interest and I need to make the count plus plus. That's it. So now I will paste it here. So here I am simple interest. So here I will print simple interest and the count I will make it as a plus plus. That's it. So this is a simple code. Now if I try to run it here, let's see what will ask. Enter values of principal. Year and principal is 3000, let's assume, and year is 4 years and the rate of interest is 9. Press enter. So the simple interest is 1080. So again it is asking, okay, so 1000 and it should be 5 years and the rate of interest is 10. So I need to pay 500. So the next another one 5000. So rate of 6 and the rate of interest is 20. So I need to pay 6000. So this is how it has asked 3 times. Why? Because the count I am checking it 3 times. So let me try to explain you how it is working. The loop runs 3 times, count less than or equal to 3. So here the loop runs 3 times. Each iteration prompts the user for input of principal, year and the rate. So each iteration 3 times it will ask. It calculates, so each time it calculates the simple interest and displays the result. The loop counter count is incremented for each iteration. So here count plus 1. So that's it. So here in the key points which you need to remember is that count is the loop counter and the body. So whatever the body is enclosed with the curly braces here, and the loop ensures the instructions are executed repeatedly until the condition count less than or equal to 3. That means it becomes false. So that thing. So loop condition must terminate. So you need to understand that the key points, tips and traps also you need to understand that loop condition must have to terminate. So that means ensure that the condition eventually becomes false, otherwise loops runs indefinitely. So example of this one is, so I will try to explain you, so you should not write it here. So while I is equal to 1, I less than 10 and I am trying to print the I. So here the loop will always be less than 10. So here I is never incremented. So you are not trying to increment the value of I. So the loop runs forever. And increment and decrement thing. So you can increment or decrement. So you will be having 2 types. That is nothing but here this is the thing. So I is equal to I plus 1. The shorthand notation is I plus plus. You can also use the I plus plus. And here decrement means I is equal to I minus 1, or also you can use I minus minus. So here the decrementation loop is such a way that it will be having, so int I is equal to 5, and here I am checking the decrement thing, I greater than or equal to 1, then print make the computer literate. So I is equal to I minus 1. So here I am trying to decrement it. So floating point loop counters. Loop counters can also be floating point numbers. So not a problem. Floating point numbers also you can use it. So for example, let's say that here this is the example. So let's say that you are having float a is equal to 10.0 and a less than equal to 10.5. You can also increment with the 0.1. So the increment or decrement may be any value, example 0.1. So you can also use the multiple conditions also. So you can use logical operators like ampersand, ampersand, or for more complex conditions also you can use it. For example, let's say that here this is our thing. While I greater than equal to 10, ampersand, ampersand, j less than or equal to 15. So like this also you can use multiple conditions in a single while condition. So common errors, so normally the errors what you will be able to see is extra semicolon. So you should not keep the semicolon after the while loop. The semicolon makes the loop empty, causing an infinite loop. So that is the main thing. Improper initialization. Forgetting to initialize or increment the counter correctly can cause the logical errors also. So that is also one important thing which you need to understand. So normally we are having some increment operators like post increment. So one is the post increment. So you need to understand about this one also. Post increment I plus plus. The value is used first, then it is incremented. So for example, let's say that here. So here it will print I plus plus. First of all, the value is used. So that means 0 is less than 10. Then it will be incremented to 1. So value is used first, then only it incremented. So it will print from 1 to 10. Okay. So here 0 to less than 10 it will check. And here it will increment. Afterwards it will increment. Then 1 will be printed. Pre-increment. Value is incremented first, then it will be printed. So here if you try to check it, here, this one. So here I am using I less than 10, here I am using I less than or equal to 10. So here first of all the value will be incremented, then only the condition will be checked, then it will be printed. So that is also one option which you need to understand. So now we are having compound assign operators. What is this compound assignment operators? So instead of writing I is equal to I plus 1, you can use I plus is equal to 1, increment by 1. J minus is equal to 10, decremented by 10. K star into 2, multiply by 2. M by is equal to 2, divide by 2. M mod is equal to 3, means remainder after division by 3. So these are called as compound assignment operators. So now I will try to show you printing numbers from using the while loop from 1 to 10. So using standard increment. So I will try to show you in the online editor. So this is our online editor, right? So now here, if you try to check it, so I am using int I is equal to 1 while I less than or equal to 10. So printf I plus 1. So now if you try to check it here, so you will be able to see the 1 to 10 has been printed. So using the I is equal to I plus 1. So now if you want to standard increment, we have seen it. So now if you want to print with the basic increment means, increment operator means you can use I plus plus and there is no need to use the I is equal to. Okay. Now if you try to do here, the same output you will be able to see. So compound assignment also you can use it. I plus is equal to 1. So now if I try to run this one, then also it will work without any problem. Using a post increment also you can use it. So instead of using this one, you can also use I plus plus and is equal less than or equal to 10. Instead of using less than or equal to 10, you need to use the less than 10. That's it. Now if you try to see, then also you will be able to see. Okay. So here you need to make it as a 0, or otherwise you can make it as a is equal to, not a problem. So not is equal to 10 it will not work. So you need to make it as a 0 here. So then also this one also will work. So using pre-increment operator also you can work. So this is how you will be working in different situation, in different thing you can work it. Summary, what I want to tell you is the while loop. The while loop is a versatile and powerful tool for repeating in programming. So I will try to show you the summary. I will print it and I will have written this one. So the while loop is a versatile and powerful tool for repetition in programming. The loop runs as long as its condition evaluates to true. Care must be taken to ensure proper initialization, incrementation and termination to avoid infinite loops. Increment and decrement can be implemented in multiple ways, including plus plus, minus minus, and also compound assignments, plus is equal to and minus is equal to. So that's it guys about this while loop. So hope you understood about this concept. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. In this video, we will learn some of the programs involving the while loop I will try to do it. The first program or the first problem which we will be trying to do it is calculating the overtime pay of 10 employees or 5 employees, something like that. So here, let's say that employees, the problem for this statement is the employees working more than 10 hours are paid overtime at a rate of 120 per hour. So we should calculate the overtime pay for 5 employees or anything based on their hours worked. So here what we will try to do it is we will initialize the variable. So here, so what I will try to do it is, so here I will try to have float, okay, overtime pay. So this is the overtime pay I need to give it. So here I will take something like, and here I will have int hours they have worked, hour, and also I is equal to 1. So these are the employees. So let's say that. So while I less than or equal to 3. Okay, so for 3 employees I will try to check. And here I will be asking the printf, enter number of hours worked. So this is the number of hours worked. So I will do the scanf percentage %d, and here I will give ampersand hour. Okay, so number of hours worked. So now here, if hour is greater than 40 means, then I need to give the overtime pay for this one. So OT pay is equal to hour minus 40. So normal pay means hour minus 40. So I need to minus out the 40. How many hours they have worked? So I need to do hour minus 40, and I need to add the 120 rupees for each hour. Okay, sorry, not plus 120, into 120. So whatever the things comes into 120. Or otherwise, overtime pay is 0. OT pay is equal to 0. That's it. So now here what I need to do, here I need to print the total number of amount I need to pay, overtime amount. So hours is equal to percentage D. Okay, this many hours he has worked, and overtime pay is equal to percentage D, and I need to give hour and also the OTP. That's it. So now here what I need to do, don't forget to do the I plus plus at the end. That's it. And here at the end we can have return 0. That's it. So this one. So here what I have did it. So first of all I have initialized the variable. So here this is not float. I have initialized the variable OTP that stores the overtime pay, and also hour stores the number of hours worked by an employee, and I is the counter for the loop. So now the program prompts the user to enter the number of hours worked for each of the employees. So let's say here 3 employees are there. So now if the worked hour is greater than 40 means, if the worked hours is greater than 40 means, then the overtime pay is calculated as hours minus 50 into 120. Otherwise it is 0. So now we are printing the program output the hours worked and the calculated overtime pay for each employee. Let's try to see for this one output. So here number of hours worked is 50, let's assume. Okay, hours is 50 and overtime pay is, what is happened? Okay, you have used the $D. So let's try to give it as percentage D. Let's try to see it again. So here 50. Oh, overtime pay. So what is the overtime pay? Okay, it is not percentage, it is percentage of, it's a float, right? So fine. So overtime pay is, let's say 50. So now hours is 50 and overtime pay we need to pay is 1200. Okay, again it is asking number of hours it has been worked. So let's say 45. So it is asking to pay. Now if I try to give 41, so 120 you need to pay. The code execution is successful, done, finished. So this is how we will be calculating the thing. So now if you don't want like this means, so you can keep a slash n, so that you will be able to get each line in individual line. So here if I try to give 45, it will ask again. So 34, so it should be 0. 67, it should be 3240. So like this you will be able to have. So this is one program which demonstrates the while loop. So printing the overtime pay for the employees. So the next one the next program which I want to explain you is the factorial of a number. So calculate the factorial of a number entered by the user. The factorial of a number means here n is the product of all integers from n to n. So here I will try to do this one. So here I will remove this entire code up to here. Okay. So here I will take int num I and also the factorial. So these are the integer variables I am taking it. Okay. So now I will be asking is printf enter a number. Okay. So this is the number I am asking, and scanf percentage D, and here we need to give ampersand number. Ampersand number also I will give. So now here factorial is equal to 1 and I is equal to 1. Okay, I am trying to calculate the factorial for while I less than or equal to n. Okay, while I less than or equal to n, then I will try to do fact is equal to fact into I. That's it. And I plus plus. I less than num, sorry. So now I plus plus. So now here what I was trying to do, so factorial is equal to 1 and I is equal to 1. Okay. So now what I was trying to do here, so we have the number and I from I less than or equal to num. So then I am trying to calculate the factorial. So now at the end what I will try to do, so I will try to print the result. So for this one here, that's it. So now if you try to check it, I plus plus. Okay. Semicolon is compulsory in C language. So now here if I try to do 3 means 3 into 2 into 1. So it should be 6. So like this you will be able to see it. So now I will try to explain you this one. So code explanation means input number. So it will prompt the user to enter a number num. Okay. And we are initializing the variables. Fact is initialized to 1 and also I is initialized to 1 for looping, and it is fact is initialized to 1 to hold the factorial value. And now using a while loop to multiply fact by each integer from 1 to number. So now at the last we are printing the calculated result. So this is how we will be printing the factorial number. So now this is how we will be calculating the factorial number. Let's move on to the another one, another problem or another solution. So we need to calculate the power of a number. So compute the value of one number, raise it to the power of things, something like x to the power of 2, something like that. So now for this one, what I will try to do is I will remove this entire code. So I can have an float x comma power. Okay, let's say that power. And here also what I want to do, int y comma I. Okay, and here this one is float. Okay, so now I will be printing of the x and y values. Enter two numbers. Okay, so the enter two numbers I am trying to take it. Enter two numbers, percentage f and percentage d, x and y. I am trying to take it. So now here what I will try to do, here I will try to do power is equal to 1 and I is equal to 1. So you know that power of x comma y, the main math.h we have a power of x comma y, just we are trying to do with a looping thing so that you can able to understand the looping concept. So here while I less than or equal to y, okay, then I will loop over 1 by 1. So here I will try to do power is equal to power into I, that's it. So now here I plus plus I will do power into I. Okay, so now power into x, we need to do into x. So we are taking the x value, right? Power is equal to power into x. Now we need to print the value, that's it. So now here I will try to explain you the code. So here the code explanation, what I will do, the program prompts the user to enter the base number x and also exponential y. So we are taking the thing, and we have initialized the power of value to the 1 to store the result, and I is used for looping. So this is the store of the result and looping. So now here I am trying to check I is less than or equal to y. So this is looping, right? And y means those many times I need to loop that one, right? So those many times I need to loop this x. So here power is equal to power into x. So that means 3 into 1. So like this it will go on execute. So now if I try to execute this code, it will ask you base thing. So 3 and 2. Now 3 to the power 2. So that means 3 into 3. It should be 9. So like this you will be able to calculate it. So this is all how you will be calculating. Summary of concepts, what I want to tell you is while loops are used for iteration. Loop counters I are incremented to control iterations. If statements handle decisions such as calculating overtime pay. And multiplication and subtraction are used for calculations. So now printf displays messages and scanf takes the user input. So this is how we will be calculating some of the examples demonstrating the while loop. Hope you understood about this concept. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In this video, we will learn about the for loop in the C programming. So it is one of the core looping structures in the programming and explores various ways how it can be used. We'll try to see. So now let's try to have a detailed breakdown about this one. So now here let's try to why looping. So why we need the looping in the programming. I already discussed about this one. Looping allows repetitive execution of instructions in a program. For instance, computing simple interest for multiple inputs or printing a sequence of numbers can be achieved efficiently using loops. So there are different types of loops are there. So one is while, for, and another one is do while. So you know about this one, do while. So now we have learned about this while loop already in our previous video. Now we are learning about in this video we will focus on the for loop and its flexibility. So what is the definition of this for loop? The for loop. The for loop enables concise specification of initialization, condition, testing, and incrementing or decrementing of an counter in one line. So that means the entire initialization, condition testing, and also incrementing or decrementing in one line, it will try to do it. So the syntax for this one is, so it will be look like something like this. For initialize, semicolon, condition, semicolon, and next one is the increment. So these three things will be in one line only, and you will be having body of the loop. So here initialization means sets the loop counter to its starting value. Condition means tests whether the loop should continue executing or not. Increment means updates the counter after each iteration. So I will try to show you one simple example how we can implement this one. So already I have a simple example with me. So let us move into this one. Here I will try to copy and paste it. So the same thing I will show you with a simple example here. Yeah. So here we want we have initialized the variable. How it works, let's try to see. So now here we have initialized the variable principal, year and also count. We are having a rate of interest and simple interest. So here the count starts at 1. So here we have initialized the count starts at 1. And the condition is count less than or equal to 3. Ensures that the loop runs 3 times. And increment count plus plus. So now here it has incremented count plus, increments the counter after each iteration. So here I will try to show you the execution of this one. So in it, the counter is set to example count is equal to 1. So here it has set. So it will test if the condition is less than or equal to 3. Is true means then the loop execute. If it is not true means the loop will exit. And execution, the loop of the body runs here. So after the body executes, the counter is again updated and it will retest again the condition. The condition is re-evaluated. If it is false means then the loop exists. So this is how it will happen. Now if I try to execute this one, so here you will be able to see, okay, 3002 and rate of interest is 3. So you will be able to see it like this. Again it will ask you. So 1100, 3 and 2, 4. So like this you will be able to see. And again it will ask you. So this is how you will be able to see. So it has asked 3 times. Why? Because the for loop has executed this one. So this is how the loop, this is how the for loop works. So variations of the for loop. So now I will try to show you the variations of the for loop. So the flexibility of the for loop. So the for loop has a lot of flexibility. So that is the main thing which you need to understand. The flexibility of the for loop is demonstrated with different examples. Right now I will show it. Each variation emphasizes that initialization, condition and increment can be adapted to suit your specific requirements. So in different ways we can use this for loop. The first one is the standard usage. I will try to show you the standard usage for this one. So I will copy it and show you. This is a standard usage. So now int I have initialized, declared the variable. So for I is equal to 1, I less than or equal to 10, I plus plus, and it will try to print it. So here if I try to show you the output for this one in our online C compiler, let's try to see it. So here, so now I is equal to 1, I less than or equal to 10. So it will print the values from 1 to 10. So now here we have, it will print the numbers 1 to 10. So braces are optional for single statement in the loop body. So if you are having only single means, so the braces are optional. So you can have it. If you want, you can have it. It's nice to have it. Or otherwise, if you are having single statement means there is no need to have a braces. So now here it will execute from 1 to 10. So incrementing inside the loop. Okay. So for example, if you don't want to use this I plus plus means you can remove here and just you can keep a semicolon and at the bottom you can write this I plus plus. Now this also works the same. So not a problem. So here what is happening, the counter is incremented inside the loop body, not in the first statement. So here the counter is incrementing inside the loop body, not in the first statement. So initialization outside the loop. For example, let's say that you don't want to initialize it here. So already you got it initialized at the top. So then it's also okay. So you need to keep a semicolon here and like this. So now if you want, you can keep it I plus plus in the inside or otherwise you can keep it in the outside also. So here also you can keep it. So now if I try to run it, then also it will work without any problem. So here initialization int I is equal to 1 is done before the for loop only. So initialization and incremented outside the loop. So for example, if you don't want this I plus plus means, so you can have it inside this one also and you can do this like this also. So I less than equal to 10, I plus plus like this also you can do it. Now if you execute this one, this also works. So both initialization and increment are handled outside the for loop. So semicolons must still be present. So you need to understand that, note that semicolons must still be present. So you cannot remove this semicolon. So if you try to remove the semicolon like this means then the issue will come. So it will throw you an error. Okay. So here like this. So you need to keep the semicolon. So the next one is combined condition and the increment. So you can also combine the condition and also the increment. For example, let's say that you are having an int I. Okay. And here I have initialized to I is equal to 0 semicolon and I plus plus. You can also use this like this I increment. Now 0 will be tested, then afterwards I will be printed. Now this also works without any problem. Sorry, we need to keep the semicolon here. Now this also works without any problem. Okay, so it has printed up to 11. So if you remove this one, then up to 10 it will print. So here I plus plus performs the post increment. Comparison I less than 10 happens first and then increment happens after the completion. So that is the thing you need to understand. You can also use the pre-increment also for this one. So if you want, you can also use the pre-increment. Plus plus I less than or equal to 10. So then run this one. So then also you will be able to see the same output, you will be able to run it. So here plus plus I performs a pre-increment. increment happens first, and then after comparison I less than equal to 10 happens after. So this is all the different ways how we can use the for loop. So in the summary, at last in the summary, what I want to tell you is flexibility of for. You can perform initialization, condition checks and increments anywhere, even outside the for statement, as long as semicolons are correctly placed. Compactness. The for loop integrates all the required steps of looping in a single line, making it concise and also the readable. And the last one is variation. Different styles show how versatile the for loop can be depending on the situation. So this is how you will be able to implement the different ways. So I have shown you, right, how many different ways you can customize the for loop. So you can use the initialization, condition checking and also the incrementation, or otherwise if you want to do it outside also you can do it. You can check only the condition. So condition must be checked. So you cannot skip the condition in the for loop. So this is how you will be able to see. So now you can apply the for loop effectively in different scenarios and in different ways you can argue. So let me know if you have any doubts or anything in the comments. So if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. And if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video and I will try to give the reply. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In this video, we will try to learn about the nested loops and also the multiple initialization and also about the do while loop. Let's try to understand. So let's try to understand one by one. So first we will learn about the nested loops. So what is this nested loops in the C programming language? Not only in the C programming language, in all the programming languages, this is the base foundation. So this is nested loops, how we can implement it. So the definition of this nested loops is, nested loops occur when one loop, inner loop, is placed inside another loop, outer loop. This allows us to repeat a set of operations multiple times for each iteration of the outer loop. I will try to show you one simple example for this one. So here let's go into this one and let me paste the code here. So here we are having R, C and sum, and I am looping over for loop, and inside the for loop I am looping over the outer loop and also the inner loop, and here I am printing the value. So how it works this one? See, the outer loop for R is equal to 1, R less than or equal to 3 and R plus plus. So it will run 3 times. Why? Because R less than or equal to 3 means, so this outer for loop will run 3 times. 1, 2, 3. Then it will stop. So now when R is equal, for each iteration of the outer loop, so that means when R is equal to 1, then it will go to the inner loop. For C is equal to 1, C less than or equal to C plus plus. It will run twice and takes value 1 and 2. Okay, R will be always 1 and it will take the values 1 and 2. So this program calculates, sum is equal to R plus C for each combination of R and C, printing the result. So here what will happen? So when R is equal to 1, the loop will run twice. That means R is equal to 1, C 1 and 2, and it will print here. Then again it will go to the top and R will become 2, and here again for the 2 it will run 2 times, and again R will become 3, and again it will run 2 times. So like this the code will execute. Now if you try to run this code, so here you will be able to understand very easily. So first one outer loop, R is equal to 1, C is equal to 1 and sum is equal to 2. So when R is equal to 1, again 2 times it needs to repeat, right? So here in the C, and again C is equal to 2. So sum is equal to 3. Now R becomes 2 and again C will repeat 2 times here. And R becomes 3, C will repeat 2 times. So then at the end, the R is also completed, outer loop is also completed, it will come out of the loop. So now for each value R 1, 2, 3, for each value R 1 and 2 and 3, the inner loop cycles through all the values of C like 1 and 2, 1 and 2, 1 and 2 like that. The sum is calculated and printed for each combination. The program's indentation, inner loop indented inside the outer loop, helps make it easier to understand which loop is inside which. So simplified output with one statement. So for example, let's say that we can also use a simplified statement. Instead of calculating the sum separately and then printing it, we can simplify the code by directly calculating the R plus C inside the printf also. So just we can directly use this like this and we can do it. Now if you try to see here the output, then also we can able to see the same output. So just we have set the simplified output with one statement only. So types of nested loops. So you can nest different types of loops such as for loop inside a while loop or a while loop inside a for loop. So like this, but the nesting principles and all those things remains the same. So that is what I want to tell you about the nested looping structure. So hope you understood about this nested looping thing. Let's move on to the next one, that is nothing but multiple initializations in the for loop. So can we do the multiple initializations in the for loop? So now here we can do that one also, multiple initialization in the for loop. Up to now we have seen only one initialization is there, either I is equal to 1 or c is equal to 1, like that. So if can we do multiple initializations in the for loop? You can initialize multiple variables in the for loop using commas. Similarly, you can update multiple variables in the increment section also of the for loop. So I will try to show you the simple example for this one. So here you will be able to see, and I will print it here. Yeah, for I is equal to 1, j is equal to 2, j less than or equal to 10, j plus plus. So here we have initialized 2. Here I is initialized to 1 and j is initialized to 2. The loop will run as long as j is less than or equal to 10. J is less than or equal to 10, and we are incrementing the j. So multiple conditions in the for loop. So now can we able to do the multiple conditions in the for loop? Yes, we can add the multiple conditions in the for loop also. You can also include multiple conditions in the test expression connecting with the logical operators like and or. So by using these two logical operators, we can use the multiple expressions. So now if I try to show you the example for this one. So for I is equal to 1, j is equal to 2, j less than or equal to 10, ampersand ampersand, I less than or equal to 15. So when these both become true, then only it will execute. So here you will be able to see j plus plus and also I is equal to I plus 2. I plus is equal to 2. You can do it. Or otherwise I is equal to I plus 2. So now here this loops checks that j is less than or equal to 10 and I is less than or equal to 15. Also j is incremented by 1 while I is incremented by 2 on each iteration. So like this you can also implement the what I mean to say, multiple initializations or multiple conditions or multiple incrementation in the for loop also we can do. So we will do these problems for this one. So simple programs I will tell you in the next video. Just I am explaining you the concept in this. So the last one which I want to explain you in this video is the do while loop. So what is this do while loop? So definition of this do while loop, let's try to understand. The do while loop is similar to a while loop, but the key difference is that the condition is checked after executing the loop body, not before. That is the thing. So that means the condition is checked after executing. So that means at least one time the loop body will be executed. So that is the thing. The syntax for this one is, so here you need to understand syntax little bit careful. So do, the loop body will be there, then afterwards it will check the while condition. The body of the do while loop will always execute at least once. So that is the main thing you need to understand. Even if the condition is false the first time. So even if the condition is false at the first time also, the body of the condition will be executed at least once. The difference between the while and the do while. So you need to understand about the difference between the while and the do while. So here I will paste it. The difference between while and do while. While loop means the condition is checked before the loop body is executed. So that means first the condition is checked, then only the loop body executed. If the condition is false at the beginning means the loop will never run. The do while loop. The condition is checked after the loop body has been executed. Even if the condition is false initially, the loop will run at least once. So this is the difference between while and the do while. So I will try to show you a simple example about the do while loop so that you can able to understand it very easily. And here I am having a do and I am printing f, credit is yours, pleasure is mine, something like that. And here I am using while 4 is less than 1. Okay. So 4 is less than 1. Is it 4 less than 1? So never. 4 is always greater than 1. So that means this condition is false. But still this printf will be executed once. So if you try to see here, so you will be able to see credit is yours, pleasure is mine. So here the condition for 4 less than 1 is always false, but the statement printf, you are able to see it, right, will be executed once before the condition is checked. So this is what about the do while loop. Brief introduction about the do while loop. So in summary, what I want to tell you is by the end of this video, so you need to be able to understand that by the end of this video, a loop inside another loop commonly used to handle tasks that involve multi-dimensions or the repetitive actions, nested loops. And multiple initializations, you can initialize and update multiple variables in a for loop in one statement. And the last one is the do while loop, execute at least once as the condition is checked after the loop body. So this is all. These features help me make loops more flexible and powerful, allowing you to handle more complex repetitive tasks efficiently in your programs. So hope you understood about this for loop and also the do while loop. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In this video, we will try to learn about the two statements in the C programming, that is break and continue. So what is the use of these two statements in C language? Let's try to see. Not only in the C language, we will try to use it in PHP or C# or JavaScript. Anywhere we will use this break and continue. Let's try to see about this. First, the break statement. We will try to see about the break statement. What is this meaning of this break statement? So if you try to see here, the break statement the break statement allows you to exit a loop immediately without waiting for the loop's condition to become false. So that means whenever you want to come out of the loop immediately without waiting for the loop condition, means then we will use this break statement. This is useful when you have achieved the purpose of the loop early or encountered a situation where continuing the loop is unnecessary. So in this scenario we will use, so where the purpose of the loop, we have achieved the purpose of the loop early or encountered a situation where the continuing of the loop is unnecessary. So key points for this break statement is, so where we need to use this one. So usage, the break statement is commonly used with conditional statements like if inside loops. So where will you normally use this break statement is normally with using the if condition. So whenever you use the if condition, in that place we'll use the break statement. So comes with a combination of with if and break. When a break is encountered, the control jumps to the first statement after the loop. So whatever the statement is there after the loop, the control will jump to there. So I will try to show you one simple example. So here I will try to do it. So this is the thing. A prime number is divisible only by 1 and itself. We know this one. So the definition of the prime number is which is divisible by only 1 and itself. To check if a number is prime, try dividing it by all numbers from 2 up to 1 less than number itself, num minus 1. So for example, if you are having 5 means, so you will divide it by 2, 3, 4 like that. So then if any division results in the remainder of 0, then the number is not prime. Otherwise the number is prime. So this is a simple example. So let's try to achieve this one. So how we can achieve this one? So I already have the code with me. So I will try to show you this one in our here in this. So hope you understand about this one. So here I will try to paste it, enter the code. So here fine. So we are having an integer, number and I. I means here the counting, and also number means whatever the number you are trying to give it in the control. So here we are trying to give enter a number. So we are storing it in the number variable. So here we are taking the loop with I is equal to 2. So I less than or equal to num minus 1. So here we are trying to check num mod is equal to 0. So that means if the remainder is equal to 0. So that means if it is equal to 0 means then we know that it is not a prime number. So here directly we are printing it is not a prime number, break. Okay, exit the loop if not prime. And we are trying to do I plus plus. So if I is equal to num, so num means if I is equal to num means, so whenever this I value is equal to the number means, then we know that it is a prime number. That's it. So now if you try to see the output for this one, so here it will ask you, so 23 if I try to print it, so it will tell it is a prime number, or otherwise if I try to do 24, then you will be able to see not a prime number. So why is the if after the loop is necessary? So why is the if after the loop is necessary here? So control could exit the while loop in two ways. Case 1, the number is not a prime and break exits the loop. So number is not a prime number and break exits the loop. So case 2, so the loop ends because I becomes equal to number. This means no number from 2 to number minus 1 divided by prime. So it is prime. So this in these two cases. So break inside the nested loops. So now let's try to see another scenario, break inside the nested loops. So now what is this break inside the nested loop? So if you are having a nested loop means can we use the break inside the nested loop? So which one will exit? So whether all the loop will exit or not. The break statement only exits the loop where it is placed. So if you have a nested loop means break will exit the innermost loop, not the outer one. So that means only one while loop or one for loop only will be break. So now here if I try to show you some example for this one. So here I am having one simple example. I will try to show you here. Yeah. Int I is equal to 1, j is equal to 1. So let's say that. So if while I plus plus is less than or equal to 100 and while j plus plus is less than or equal to 100. So here first the condition will be checked, then only the increment will happen. So now if j is equal to 150 means break. So exit the inner loop. So that means only this while loop only will be exit. So this top while loop will be working as usual. So now if you try to see here, so it will print all the values, but it will exit automatically. Okay. So this is how we will be able to check it. Now here if you try to, so here it will go on print the output for this one. So up to when? Up to 150 it will try to do it. Here up to 200. So now here what I was trying to tell you is, in this program when j is equal to 150, break exits the inner loop. So here this will only be exited. Outer loop continues execution. So what happens? This outer loop will be continuing, the execution will be continuing. So this is what I want to explain you. So here, so what I would be trying to tell you is, the next one is the continue statement. So what is this continue statement? So now you hope you understood about this continue statement. So now we will try to understand about the break statement. Sorry, we understood about the break statement. So now we will try to understand about the continue statement. So here let's go into this one. Yeah. The continue statement skips the remaining statements in the current iteration of a loop and moves to the next iteration. So this is the main thing. So this is the main thing in the continue statement. So where we will be using this one. So often used with the if block to skip cases in a loop. So for while and do while loops, control jumps to the loop condition. For the for loop, control jumps to the increment step. So that is the main difference between while and the do while. Now here I will try to show you a simple example for this one also. So I have a code with me already. I will try to show you example. So here int I comma j. So for I is equal to 1, I less than equal to 2, I plus plus. For j is equal to 1, j less than equal to j plus plus. If I is equal to j means continue. Continue means instead of printing it here, it will go back to the loop here. So now if I try to show you the output for this one, see 1 2 2 1. So now here the matching will not be printed. Skip when I equals to j. So that is the thing. When I is equal to j means continue skips the printf, moving to the next iteration of the inner loop. So that is the main thing. Now this is all about the continue statement and also the break statement. So I want to explain you about one of the another concept, that is nothing but the do while with the odd loop. I want to explain you. So the do while loop ensures that the code block execute at least once. I told you, right? Even if the condition is false initially, this is because the condition is checked after executing the loop body. For example, let's say that I will be having one simple scenario. So here, so here I am taking one character. So the loop asks the user for a number. So it will ask for a number, calculates its square and display it. So square of it, do you want another number? And it will try to do it. So now if the user inputs y means, then the loop repeats, otherwise it terminates. If the loop is while means, then it will continue, or otherwise it enter a number. So 23 means, so here it will write, so the square of 23 is 520. Do you want to execute another number? Yes. Okay, if I try to press enter, so okay, fine. So it got stuck. So let's close it. So now here, okay, we are clearing the buffer, right? So that's fine. So now here, after entering a number, press. So here we have used f flush of studying, right? So what is the use of this f flush of studying? Why we have used it is, so here when we are asking for a number here, okay, I pressed 4 and press enter, right? So now enter is a keyboard input. So it is waiting. It is trying to take the key, the enter also as a key. It will keep the enter also in the buffer. So now what I was trying to do, if I press y, it will go back again to this one and it will try to scan the number. So this time it will take the enter as the keyboard input. So that's why what I was trying to do it. So here I am trying to do flushed in. So that is the thing. So here do you want another number means, so s means, so I am clearing out the buffer and then I am taking the another number. So that is what I want to tell you. So here, so now after entering a number, pressing enter leaves a new line character in the input buffer. So that is the thing. When scanf %c ampersand reads input, it picks up this leftover /n. Using flush of string clears the input buffer, ensuring scanf reads the correct input. So that is the main thing. So that's it all about this do while and all those things. So hope you understand about this one. So the summary of this one is, so what we have learned about this one in this video. So let's try to recap so that you can have a clear idea about this one. So break means exits the loop entirely, skipping the remaining iterations. Continue means skips the rest of the current iteration and moves to the next. Do while means guarantees at least one execution of the loop body. Nested loops means break affects only the innermost loop where it is placed. F flush of static means standard input. This one is standard input. So here the standard input means keyboard. So clears unwanted leftover input. So this is all the concepts which we have discussed in this video. Hope you understood about this concept. So if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In this video, we will learn about the switch statement in the C programming language. The switch statement is a control structure in the C that simplifies making decisions when there are multiple alternatives. So normally we will be using, if you are having multiple conditions or multiple alternatives are there means, then we will be using the switch statements, just like if else only. So we'll try to see the difference between the if else and switch statement also. Unlike a series of if else statements which become cumbersome, a switch provides a cleaner and more organized way to branch the execution of a program based on the value of an expression. So this is the brief overview of the switch statement in the C. So the typical syntax of the switch statement will look like this one. So I will try to show you here. So this is how. So switch, you will be having the expression. So expression means the condition or something like that. I will try to tell you this expression thing. And you will be having the different cases. So here the value and the constant and default here. So I will try to show you this one. So the first one is the expression. This is evaluated first and should result in an integer or a character value. So that means this one should return an integer or a character value. So based on that integer value, this case will be executed. Here the next one is the case labels, constant one like this. Each case is followed by a constant value. If the switch expression matches the case means the corresponding block of the code will be executed. So for example, here the expression returns 1 means, so here you are having a case 1 means, so these statements will be executed. The last one is the default case. So what is this default? This is optional. If none of the case labels matches means, then the code in the default block runs. And you are able to see the break also here. The break statement ends the execution of the current case, prevents the execution from falling through to the subsequent cases. So that is the break statement we will be using. So execution flow of a switch. So how will be the execution flow of a switch? First what it will try is this expression is evaluated first. The result is compared against the values in the case labels. So here the value will be evaluated. Where a match is found, then that case will be executed. If there is no break means the execution continues to the next case and the default value if present. So for example, let's say that if case constant 1 is matched means if there is no break means then automatically all the cases will be executed. If no cases matches means then the default block executes if provided. So for example, I will try to show you a simple use case scenario with no break situation, without a break. So here I will try to copy some code and I will show you here. So this is our online compiler, and here in this one what I will try to do it is, let's assume that here we are having an int I is equal to 2. So here I am taking the switch of I. So now this evaluates to the integer value, and here I am taking the case 1, case 2, case 3 and also the default. So here I am printing the value. I am in case 1 and I am in case 2, I am in case 3, and the last one is the default value. Now if you try to observe here, so what will be the output? So here the output will be, if you try to observe carefully, so here first what it will try to do, the switch starts evaluating the cases. So when I is equal to 2, so here the I is equal to 2, then it matches the case 1. Is it matching? No, it is not matching. So I is equal to 2, right? Case 2. So here I is equal to 2, this is the case matching. So when I is equal to 2 matches the case 2, execution begins from here. So that is the reason I am in case 2 has been printed. Since there is no break in the case 2, it falls through and executes the case 3 also. So here it will not check. Automatically one time it has checked the case, right? It has been passed. So automatically all the statements below from the matching, it will be executed. So it executes the case 3 and the default one case as well. So here it will be executed all things. So that is the thing with no break case. So for example, the same thing if you try to write it with a break means, then here the code will be in such a way that, so I will copy and paste it here. Yeah. So here the same situation, int I is equal to 2. Then here what it will happen? So once I is equal to 2 matches the case 2, it executes the code in that case 2 block, and the break statements. So here we have provided the break statement. The break statement which is provided prevents the execution from continuing to the subsequent cases or the default one. So that is the thing. So additional tips. So if I try to execute this code, so if you try to execute this code, so here you will be able to see I am in case 2, only this one case will be executed. So automatically the break is there, so that's why it has been not executing. Additional tips and tricks. So order of cases. The order of case labels doesn't matter. So for example, case 3 can come before case 1 also. For example, let's say that here also you can copy this one and you can paste it at the top also. So here the order doesn't have anything. No braces needed. Unlike if else statements, you don't need braces. So here if you are having multiple statements, means there is no need to keep the braces to group multiple statements in the case. And mandatory case matching. Every statement in a switch must belong to some case or default. So every switch statement, so everything should have a case. So now no default. If there is no default and no case match, means the control will simply exits the switch case. So that is one thing. Multiple cases for the same code. So for example, let's say that you can group the cases together if they share the same logic. So if something like if it is sharing the same logic, means then you can group the code. So here you can see something like example I will try to show you. So like this. So you are having case A and case B, means so here you can write the case A like this and case A like this, and you can print A is an apple. So like this also you can use it. So the multiple cases also you can use it. So switch case versus the if. Use switch when decisions are based on discrete constant values. So whenever the decisions are in the constant values, means then we can use the switch. Use if when conditions involve ranges or more complex logic. So if you are having more complex logic, means then we will be using the if conditional statement. So expressions in switch. So for example, let's say that so this one is valid. So here I will try to show you some invalid and valid switch cases so that you can able to understand. Here, so switch of I plus j into k. So this is a valid one, but case I less than or equal to 20. Only constants or constant expressions are allowed in cases. So here you should not write something like case I less than or equal to. Only the constants or constant expressions should be used. Nested switch. While technically allowed, so this nested switch also technically allowed. Nesting switch statements is rare and can reduce the readability. So nesting of switch statements should not be used, but those are technically allowed. So some common uses of switch. So where we will be using the switch statements and all those things means. So what can I explain you for this one is common use cases is menu. We will be using in the menu driven programs, handling input based on specific keys like A, B, C, like these things, simplifying code with multiple discrete options. So this one. In C language, we also have a goto statement also. So the goto statement provides an unstructured jump to another part of the program, making code hard to follow and debug. Using structure control statements like switch, if else or loops is recommended to maintain readability and structure. So I will try to explain you about this goto also. So let's I am trying to explain you. So in conclusion, what I want to tell you is the switch statement is a powerful and a structured alternative to a series of if statements when dealing with multiple discrete choices. Its usage can lead to cleaner and more readable code, especially when combined with the break to avoid unintentional fall throughs. So this is all about the brief introduction of the switch statement. Hope you understood about this switch thing. So we'll try to do some programming examples also. So just I am explaining you about the switch statement. So if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Webdev. In this video, we will try to learn about the little bit explanation of this switch statement and also the goto statement we will try to learn. So you know about the switch statement in the C language or in any programming language. So if you are coming, so you may be having a clear understanding about the switch statement. So let's try to have a clear understanding about this one. A switch statement is a control structure that allows multiple paths of execution based on the value of an expression. This is the definition of a switch statement. But it has some limitations. Let us try to explore that limitations. What are those in the switch statement? So that is the thing. So first one is cannot test the float expressions. So first limitation is cannot test the float expression C language. A switch can only work with integral or enumeration types like integer or character, etc. For example, you cannot use a floating point expression, float or double, in a switch. So there is one limitation which in which switch you can able to see. And also no variable expression in the switch statement. So that means if you want to write any expressions, like for example, let's say that the values in the case statements must be constant. For example, case a plus 3 is a plus 3, this is not a valid one. So these type of things like expressions, so when you are trying to do some calculations or anything, is not allowed. And also no duplicate case values are also allowed. So for example, if you want to write multiple cases with the same case variable means, then it is not allowed. So here if you try to see, case values in a switch must be unique. For example, this following is unique, this following is invalid. I will try to show you. Switch of A, case 3 and case 1 plus 2, this is also 3 causing a conflict. So like this also is not valid. So that is the thing. So now you may be having a doubt that why we need to use the switch instead of if else. So there is also one important thing, right? So one is performance advantage for this one. So let's try to understand about this one. So why to use the switch instead of if else? First is performance advantage. So what is this one? The compiler creates a jump table for a switch during compilation. This jump table allows the program to directly jump to the correct case during execution. In contrast, if-else statements evaluate conditions sequentially at runtime, making them slower, especially for complex conditions. So this is the performance advantage of this jump. So compiler, it will create a jump table for a switch, so that using the jump table, the program directly jumps to the correct case. In contrast, if-else means it will try to execute the conditions sequentially, making them slower, especially for complex conditions. So this is all about the limitations of the switch statement and also why we need to use the switch instead of the if-else statement. So now in the second one, what I want to explain you is about the goto statement in the C language, especially in the C language. What is this goto statement? Goto statement allows for an unconditional jump to a labeled part of the code within the same function. So in the same function, so if you want to move to a particular line, so you will be using this goto. So here the syntax for this one is, so something like this it will be. Go to label name. So here you will be giving the label name and directly you will be using this label name, colon, can be any identifier, and you can write this code. So automatically it will jump to this one. So I will try to show you some example for this one so that you can able to understand this. So here I will try to open here this one. So for example, let's say that you will be having int goal, okay, int goals is equal to 3, let's assume, okay. I will remove this one. If goals less than or equal to 5 means, then it should go to, okay, go to SOS, let's assume, or else, so I will be exiting the program, exit of 1, okay. Now here, and now here if you try to observe carefully, so 1 second, and now here exit. So here we need to add the label, so SOS, so here SOS colon, and here printf, here go to statement executed. So this is the line which I would be trying to write. So now if you try to execute, so here go to SOS is there, right? Automatically it will jump to the here into this one. So exit of 1. So okay, fine. So here it is asking exit. So I will try to return it directly. Okay. Now here I will try to return the 0 so that it will not be executed. Now if I try to execute run, so automatically the go to statement executed is came. So now, so this is how the go to means directly it will jump back to here. For example, let's say that here I will try to write the printf executed code means then, and here also it will try to write printf condition done, something like this if I try to write it, and if I execute here, So it will execute directly goto statement executed. So this printf condition and this executed code, these all are not executed directly. It will jump to the SOS thing. So this is all about the, now what I mean to say about the goto statement. So if the condition goals less than or equal to 5 is true, means the program skips the else block and jumps to the SOS label. If the condition is false, means then the program executes the else block and it will terminate using the return statement. So it will stop executing that one. So when to use the goto statement? So that is one thing which you need to use it. So should we need to use the goto statement, means so we should avoid using the goto. Goto is often considered bad practice because it can make code harder to read, understand and also debug. Most tasks achievable with goto can be rewritten more elegantly using loops or other control structures like if else or while. So exception nested loops. So now I will try to show you in the this code. I will try to give you a simple code. So where goto is used to break out of multiple nested loops. This can be tricky to implement without goto. So now I will try to show you one simple example for this one. So here let's go into this one. I will remove this entire code. Okay, and here I will be having two variables like int I, j, comma k, and here I will be having one for loop I is equal to 0 or I is equal to 1, I less than or equal to 3 and I plus plus. So this is one loop, and inside this one we will be having another loop j is equal to 1, j less than or equal to 3 and j plus plus. You will be having another one, and here also I will be having for k is equal to 1, k less than or equal to 3, k plus plus. So these are the nested loops we are having it. And inside this one I will write something like if I is equal to 3, sorry, I is equal to 3 ampersand j is equal to 3 ampersand k is equal to 3. So if I, j, k is equal to 3 means then I will write go to out. So I am going out of this nested loops. So here, and if else is there means then I will try to printf percentage d and also last one is slash n, so that in the next loop you will be having comma I comma j comma a. I will be printing this I comma j comma a. So if it is both are equal means then it needs to go out. So here I will write in this out printf out of the loop at last, something like this, slash n. Okay, now if you try to execute this one, so you will be able to see the execution of this. So now we have able to come out of the loop using the goto statement, but we can able to implement the same functionality without goto also. So for example, let's say that here what I can do, I can have an something like exit loops. Okay, exit loops is equal to 0. So here this is the flag to indicate that when to exit all the loops. So here if you are having like this means, so you can have in something such a way that exit loops is equal to 1, and here I can use the break statement. That's it. And sorry, and here if you try to see, that's it. So now here you can come out of this one else statement, and here you can use like this. If exit loops is there, you can break it here also. So each loop I am trying to break it. If exit loops is there, you can break this one also. And at last what I would be trying to print it is, so I can remove this label, print out of the loop at last. So now if I try to see the output, the same output you will be able to get it. So here you will be having the int. Let's try to make it as an int. And here if I try to run it, the same output we can able to achieve, but this time I have did it through the without goto statement. So this approach avoids the use of goto statement and it is more readable. So key takeaways: use switch for performance when handling discrete constant cases. Avoid goto except in rare cases such as breaking out of the deeply nested loops. Modern programming practices favor structure and readable code using loops and control statements instead of goto. So this is all about the switch statement and also the goto statements. Hope you understood about this concept. So if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. So in our previous video, we have understood about the concept of the switch statement. So in this video, we will have a simple program demo demonstrating the switch statement. We'll try to see. So I will give you, we will be having a couple of options. That is nothing but calculating the factorial of a number, or otherwise calculating whether the number is a prime number or not, and we will try to calculate with whether it is an odd or even or not number. So the user will try to select the option, so which one we need to calculate. So based on the option, so we will calculate either it is a factorial or prime number or odd number. Let's try to see. So for this one, what I will try to do it is, so here in this code, so hope you are able to see this one. So I will remove this entire code. So we will be having the choice. Choice means nothing but the whatever the user needs to select, whether he wants to calculate the factorial or prime number or odd or even, or otherwise he want to exit it. And we will have a number. Okay, I will have an I and also the factorial. So let's try to assume it like this. So now I am looping over the infinite loop for this one. So why? Because so I will be going on asking the questions for this one. So here, so what I will try to do, so here we will be displaying the menu options like printf /n menu /n. So this is the first option. So menu, we will be showing the menu for the user. So this is the menu we will be showing, and I will be asking the first option, printf so 1, so factorial of a number, factorial of a number. So this is the first option which the user has to select. That's it. So the second one is the printf, and here I will be asking to what I would be trying to say it is, or otherwise we can remove this loop. I will try to tell you how we can why you will be using this loop. So printf 2. Next one is check if number is prime. Check if number is prime. So this is the second option, and the third option is printf check if number is odd or even. So this is the third option, and the fourth option is printf fourth option is exit. Okay, so that is the thing, exit. So the last option is printf not option. So just you will ask the user enter your choice. That's it. So these are the options which we will be asking. So now, so when the user selects the option, so we will scan the option, scanf %d choice ampersand choice. That's it. So this is the thing. Now if I try to run it here, so you'll be able to see the menu factorial check if a number is prime, and here the third option we need to keep it. Yeah. So check if the number is odd or even, or otherwise enter your choice. So here if whatever the choice you will try to check it, 2, sorry, if it is 2 means then you will select the 2 and press enter, code execution successful. But here 2 means we need to calculate check if a number is prime or not. So then that means we need to ask the number. So now you are able to understand this one. So now here, so when the user enters the choice, so something like 1, 2, 3 and 4, if you try to check it here, so 1, 2, 3 and 4, anything if the user selects, then what we need to do, so according to the option we need to calculate the thing. So the first one is factorial, second one is number is prime, and another one is odd or even. So we'll try to take the switch option here. So here I will be having the switch. So I will take the choice whatever the user has entered the choice. So for example, if the user has entered case 1, so that means I will be taking the case 1. So here we will be calculating the case 1. So here I will ask printf enter number to calculate the factorial. So we will ask the factorial. So if he selects the case 1 means we will ask the number to calculate the factorial. Now we will scan the %d ampersand num. So num also I am taking it. So now what I want to do, if num is less than 0, then what I will try to do, so printf, so factorial is not defined for negative number. Let's try to keep it like this. So just I am handling the error case. So else if it is not there means, so that means if it is a positive number means then I need to calculate the factorial. So how can I calculate the factorial? So just I can keep fact is equal to 1. So this is the variable which I have indicated it. So for I is equal to 1, I less than or equal to num I plus plus, I will try to do it, and here I can do fact star is equal to I. That's it. So now here at the end, so if for loop is completed, so printf factorial of percentage d is percentage d. So here we can use num comma fact. That's it, finish. So we have calculated the factorial. Now if I try to run this program, so you will be able to see the 1 factorial, it will ask enter number. Okay, 3 if I try to do it, so factorial of 3 is 6. So we are able to calculate the factorial. Now in the same scenario, what we need to do, so case 1 is completed, so else part this one is completed. Now I need to implement the case 2. Case 2 means what is that case 2? Prime number. Okay, so here we will ask printf enter number to check if it is prime. Okay, so this is the question I am asking. So here I will be taking that scanf percentage d num, that is nothing but ampersand num, to read the value to store the memory location. So now here what I will try to do, here the same situation, what I will try to do is if num is less than or equal to 1 means, then you can just printf percentage d is not a prime number. Okay, prime number, if it is less than 1 means it is not a prime number, /n, and here you can give num value. That's it. If else means then we need to calculate the prime value. So now here I will loop over int, I will take is prime is equal to 1. So here I am defining it here, assuming the number is prime. So we can declare it like this, not a problem. For I is equal to 0, sorry, I is equal to 2, I less than or equal to num. Okay, num by 2, we can do num by 2 also, I plus plus. So if num mod I is equal to 0, then we can keep it as is prime is equal to 0. So that's it, and we can break this statement. So we found it, right? So we will come out of this loop. So then here we will write if is prime, if it is prime means then we can printf percentage d is a prime number. Okay, and here if you want you can give /n, and you can print the number. If it is not a prime number means then else. So here you can write percentage d is not a prime number. So I can copy this one simply, and here I can do is not a prime number. That's it. So now if I run this one, let's try to see. So I will check the 2, it will ask check prime number or not. So I will try to give 3. So it is telling 3 is a prime number. So now we are able to calculate the prime number also. So the last case which I want to do it is that is nothing but odd or even. So case 3. So here you can write printf enter number to check if it is odd or even. Odd or even means you people already aware of this one. So you people already know about this odd or even thing. So here I can do scanf percentage d and ampersand num. So I took the number, and here what I would be trying to do it is if num mod 2 is equal to 0, then I can do the printf printf percentage d is a even number. So you people already know if it is divisible by 2 means it is an even number. If it is not divisible by 2 means then it is an odd number. Okay. So printf percentage d is a odd number. That's it. Slash n, and here also you can do num. So this is also finished. So case 3, and here we need to add the break. So so for every case we need to add the break. I am forgetting that to add a break. So here this one is completed, right? We need to add a break here. And case 2 also, if it is completed means I need to add a break here. Okay, and case 3 is also finished. I need to add a break here. That's it. So now this one is also completed. So I will write it complete the case 4 also. Case 4 means printf exiting the program. Goodbye, something like this we can say. Okay, exiting the program, goodbye. And here you can use exit of 0. So you can use exit of 0. And the last one is a default case. So here you can use the default case. Default case means, so here I can use invalid choice. Printf invalid choice, please try again /n. That's it. So for exit, if you are using it means then you need to use hash include std lib.h header. That's it. So fine, let's run the program. So if you run this program, so here print, somewhere I have used the print only, it seems. Printf. Okay, printf. So now if I try to run, yeah, here if it is asking factorial, okay, press enter choice 3, so you'll be able to get a 6. So code execution successful. So but I want to ask multiple questions like this. So whenever I press exit, then the code should be exited. So for this one, what you can do it is, so the entire thing you can keep it in while of 1, and you can loop over here the switch case, entire switch case you can loop over. So now if you try to run it, so now it will ask you a series of questions. So here if I try to do it, so 4 if I try, so factor of 4 is 24. Enter a number to calculate the factorial. Again it is asking the factorial. Okay, so did I keep the break here? Enter a number to calculate the. Okay, so here, okay fine, let's try to rerun it again. So it is running. Okay, so it is asking factorial of a number. So it is asking enter a number to calculate its factorial. So if I try to press enter 4, so factorial of 4 is 24, and again it is asking you the options. So now what I will try to do here, I will do second option. So I will select the second option. So to enter a number to check if it is prime. So if I select 5 here, 5 is a prime number, and it is asking again option. So I will press 3. So enter a number to check if it is odd or even means. So I will take 6. So it is take 6 is even number, and if I go to exit, so then exiting the program, goodbye. So then it will exit. So this is a simple example demonstrating the while loop, switch loop, if condition, and all those things we have seen it. So this is how we will be implementing the switch statement in the code. So hope you understood about this concept. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In this video, we will learn about the new important concept in the C programming language, that is functions. So what is a function in the C programming language? So let's try to see about the definition of this one. So function is a self-contained block of code that performs a specific task. So this is the definition of a function. A function is a self-contained block of code that performs a specific task. Functions help make programs modular, reusable, and easier to understand. So functions help make programs modular, reusable, and easier to understand. There are basically two main types of functions in the C programming. So one is library functions. These are built-in functions like printf, scanf, which we have seen in our earlier programs. And another one is the user-defined functions. Functions that the programmer creates like message, italy. So these are all user-defined functions which we will be creating in a couple of minutes afterwards we will try to create it. So these are user defined messages functions which we will be creating by our own, and these are all self built-in messages that are available in the library functions. So let's try to see the structure of a C program with the function. So let's try to, I will try to explain you the structure of a C program. So the structure of a C program with functions. A C program can have one or more functions. If there are multiple functions, the program always starts execution with the main function. So this is commonly we know. Always the program always starts execution with the main function only. Other functions are called invoked from the main. So if you want to call other functions, means those should be invoked from the main or from other functions. So that is the main structure of a C program. C program can have one or more functions. If you are having multiple functions, means the program always it starts execution with the main function. After executing of the main function, then the other functions will be invoked from the main or other functions. So let's try to understand the key components in the function. So this one I will try to explain you the key components of main function. So first one is the function prototype declaration. So before using any function, first of all you must declare it. So that means you must declare the function. Example, something like void message. So this one is the declaration. So here void indicates that the function does not return any value. Message means the name of the function. So this is the main key components of function. First one is the declaration of the message, and here first one is the return type. What is the return type that the function returns? Indicates that the function does not return any value, and you are having the name of a function. So I will try to show you the definition of a function. So the definition of a function in such a way that you will be having here, I will show you. So here this is the definition of a function. So void message. So this one is the definition of a function you will be having, and here in this one you can write printf. So function program or whatever the code you want, you can do it. So this is the definition of a function. So now function call. To execute the function, you need to call it. So now you have mentioned the function. So in order to execute this function, you need to call it. So normally how you will be calling this one is directly like a message. So wherever you want it, you can call directly like a message like this. That's it. So when a function is called, control is transferred to this function. After the function completes its task, control returns to the point where it was called. So that is the main function call, how it will happen. So I will try to show you a simple program with one function so that you will be able to have a clear understanding about this one. So here if you try to see, here is a simple function. So hash include, the header files has been included. So here I am declaring the function prototype void message. So this is the function prototype which we are trying to use it. And here we are having int main, and we are calling the message function, and we are printf, and we are returning the 0. So here the function definition is there. So here we have mentioned the function prototype, and here the function definition is there. So void message, and here we are printing f. Now if you try to run the program for this one, okay, so you will be having like this. So you will be able to see the output. So I will try to explain you. The program normally has two functions. One is main function and another one is the message function. Main function is the starting point of the program, so which you people already know, and the message means it is a user defined function. So that means the user has created this function. The function message is declared at the top. So here we have declared at the top void message, and next one is defined later. So there is nothing but this is the definition defined, and we are calling in the main function using the message like this. This is the function call. So when message is called, the control transfer to it after printing the statement, its statement. So whatever the message is, whatever the statement is there in the message, after printing its statement, the control returns to the main and continues the execution from here. So that's why you will be able to see the smile has been outputted first, and then afterwards the printf has been outputted. So this thing. So now example 2, I want to explain you about the another example. So here we are having only single function, right? If you are having a multiple functions, how you will try to call it? Let's try to see. So I have a code with me. So let's try to paste it here. So here we are having a simple function. So I will try to explain you this one. This program defines and calls three user defined functions: Italy, Brazil, and Argentina. So here we are having the three functions, multiple functions we are having: Italy, Brazil, and Argentina. And these are all the function prototypes. So just we are mentioning this at the top, okay, declaring at the top. Now definition, the function definitions is at the bottom. So void Italy, void means the function does not return anything, and we are printing f, and we are printing, and we are printing. So here Italy means I am in Italy, Brazil means I am in Brazil. So respective functions definitions we have implemented it here. Now if you try to see how we have called this one, Control starts in the main function. So normally when you try to execute this C program, so run means, so normally the control starts in the main program. So that is the reason you will be able to see the first output is I am in the main. So that means, so this line has been executed. Then afterwards, the function call has been called Italy. So here the control will transfer it to here and it will try to print the I am in Italy. So after printing I am in Italy, here you will be able to see the output. Then again the control transfers to where it has been went. So here it will start again Brazil. So here it will print the Brazil. And again the control will transfer to the main function. So next the line it needs to be executed is the Argentina. So it has printed the Argentina at the last. And now again it has returned the control is transferred to the main function. So here return 0. So it will execute the function. The execution will be completed. So after each time function completes, control returns to the main function. So that is the main thing which you need to understand it clearly. So that this is all about the function definition, function declaration, function definition, and also the function calling. So how we will be doing. So this is the basic functionality how we will be doing. So now you need to understand the important points that needs to be considered while we are using the functions. So I will try to explain you about this one. For example, let's say that I will give you one by one points. So I have the points with me. First one is the execution order. So functions are executed in the order they are called. So that means how the program has been called. So here it has been called Italy, Brazil, like this, right? So functions will be executed how they are called, not the order they are defined. So they define not the order they are defined. So how they are called. So those type only it will be executed. Main function. Every C program must have exactly one main function. So this is main thing you need to understand. Main is the starting point of the execution. So you should have only in every C program only one main function, and it is the starting point of the execution. Calling functions. Functions can call other functions. Even main can call itself through. This is rare. Though this is a rare, even main can call itself. Multiple calls. A function can be called multiple times from different places in the program. So this one also you can do it. Function cannot be defined. Another restriction is function cannot be defined inside other functions. So for example, if you want to define the function means function cannot be defined in another function. For example, let's say that here you will be having like this. So this one is incorrect. So you are having an into main function, and inside this main function you are trying to declare the function means. So this one is incorrect. So this one is also you need to understand. So now, so these are the important points that you need to consider. So there are basically two types of function. I already told you, right? Now you will be able to understand about the two types of function. One is the library function. Those are predefined functions like printf and scanf. These are stored in the libraries and provided by the compiler. And the next one is the user defined functions. Those are created by the programmer. Just now we have seen it, right? Message, Italy, and all those things. So these are the two different types of functions which we have learned. So now why we use these functions? So you need to get an idea that why we need to use this function. First one is the modularity. So what is this modularity? It breaks the program into smaller and manageable parts. So the code, instead of writing line by line very big lines, so we can divide the code into different parts in such a functions. And another one is the reusability. Functions can be reused multiple times. And readability makes the code easier to read and maintain. So these are the use of the functions in the C programming language. In the summary of this video, so what we have learned, so you need to understand. So you need to understand functions are the basic building blocks of the C program. So that is one thing. Every program must have a main function. Other functions can be created and called as needed. Functions make programs easier to write, debug, and maintain. So this is all about the pure definition of the functions, how we can declare it, how we can define, and how we can call it. Hope you understood about this concept. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In this video, we will try to learn about the specifically how the basic concepts of functions in the C programming, especially in the C programming, we will try to learn it, and also how the functions communicate with each other using an arguments, also called as parameters also, and return values. So let's try to understand with examples and also the each key point. Let's try to learn it. So first one is why we use the functions. For example, let's say that why we use the functions. So why we use the functions? Just because of the code reusability. Functions help avoid redundant code. If you need to perform the same task multiple times, means like the calculating the area of a triangle, you can create a function, do it once and call it whenever it is needed. So for this, because of this reason, for example, let's say that suppose you are having a example I will try to show you. Suppose you need to calculate the area of a different triangles in different parts of your program. Instead of repeating the formula every time, you can write a function to calculate the area and reuse it. For example, let's say that I have a sample code with me. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. In this video, we will try to see the basic concepts of the functions in the programming, especially in the C language. So this video is all about the C language, right? So you'll see about in the C language the basic concepts in the functions, and also how the functions communicate with each other using the arguments. We also call it as in parameters also sometimes, and the written values. So let's try to understand each one with examples and explanations of each point. So first of all, you need to understand why we use the functions. So what is the use of these functions? First one is the code reusability. So functions help avoid redundant code. If you need to perform the same task multiple times, like calculating the area of a triangle, you can create a function, do it once and call it whenever it is needed. So this one is the basic functions why we use this one. So for example, let's say that, so the triangle example only I will try to tell you. For example, let's assume that suppose you need to calculate the area of it different triangles in different parts of your program. Instead of repeating the formula every time, you can write a function to calculate the area and reuse it. The example code, it will be in such a way that, so I have the code with me. Let us go into our code here. I will copy this code and I will try to show you. So instead of here, I will copy this entire thing here and I will paste it. Okay. Sorry, I will paste it here. Yeah. So here you will be having the calculate area. So this one is our calculate area, int calculate area, int base and int height I am taking it, and we are calculating the area of a triangle, calculating base into height by 2. So in the main program, so the first one, area 1, calculate area of 10, 20, calls the function to calculate the area 2, and we are printing out the areas here. So for example, if you want to know about this code means, so what you can do here, let's try to make it down. Let's see whether we can able to get the output or not. Hash include studio.h. Let's try to run the program so that we can able to see it or not. Implicit declaration of main. Okay, into main it is there. So calculate area. So here in this output, so we need to use the declaration, right? So now here we are having a calculate area int and int, and it is taking the calculate area into base and in height, and this is the main program. So now we are able to see. So breaking the program into a smaller isolated task makes the program easier to design, test and understand. For example, let's say that if you are designing a program with multiple steps, let's say that if you are designing a program with multiple steps like calculating, printing and storing data, each of these tasks can be handled by a separate function. So let's try to show you this separate function code. I will write it here only. So here you can have a void calculate, void print result, void store data, and in the int main you can say calculate, print result, store data and return. So like this you can use it. So now the next one what I want to discuss is the communication between the two functions. So how the communication will happen between the functions. So functions communicate with each other through arguments, values passed to functions, and return values sent back to the calling function. So let's look at how this works in the given example. So I will try to show you in a given example here. I have an example with me. So let's say that we are having a calculate sum int x into y int z. So here these are the three arguments which you will take. So here we are having int abc sum, okay, int abc sum, and we are printing the printing the numbers. So enter any three numbers and we are taking the values and we are calling the function and we are printing it. Now if I try to run this program, so here it will ask you some series questions like 2, 3, 4 and I press enter, sum is 9. So this is how we will be calculating the sum. So now Here if you try to understand, the actual arguments are the variables or values passed to the function, in this case a, b and c in main. So here these are the actual variables. The formal arguments are the parameters declared in the function definition, that is nothing but x, y and z in the calculation. These arguments need to match in type, order and also the number. That's the main thing. Function prototype, the prototype which you are able to see, this is the function prototype. The prototype tells the compiler about the function's return type and the types of its parameter. The function prototype is defined before the function is called. So this one is defined before the function is called. So this one, it will indicate the compiler, so what is the return type of the function and what are the arguments and type of functions. It indicates that calculate sum here takes 3 int parameters and returns an int. That is the main thing. So here you will be able to see a return statement, return d. The return statement sends a value back to the calling function. In this case, the sum of the numbers is returned to the main. Without the return statement, the function wouldn't provide any meaningful result. So that is one thing. Control flow. Once calculate sum completes its tasks, it returns control back to main and the sum is stored in the variable sum. So it returns the control back and the sum is stored in the sum. So now if you try to see the output, so this output will be like this. Further explanation of the return and return values are so now multiple return statements. A function can have multiple return statements based on conditions. The value returned depends on the condition evaluated. For example, let's say that here you are having some code. Let's say that this is the code. Into function of int n. If n is less than or equal to 10, so we are returning n into n. Or else we are returning n into n into n. So returns the square if n is less than 10, returns the cube if n is greater than 10. So here the parentheses after the return statements are optional. Both of these are valid. So here you can have something like code like this also. Okay. So like this return a you can have it, or otherwise with parentheses also you can do it. A function can only return one value at a time. You can't return multiple values in a single return statement. However, you can use pointers or structures to return multiple values. So I will try to explain you about the structures concept when we are trying to do. So it can only return one value at a time. So if it can't returns multiple values. So here this return a comma b is invalid. Okay. So if you want to return multiple values means, so here we can use a struct concept like struct result int a into b, and we can create that result and we can send it. So this one is valid. We will try to learn about this one when we are learning about the structs. The next one is the passing argument by value. So this concept also you need to understand. When we pass arguments to a function in C, they are passed by value. This means that the actual argument in the calling function main remains unaffected by changes made to the formal argument in the called function. So if I will try to show you a simple example for this one so that you people can able to understand it clearly. So when we learning about the pointers, you need to understand here. So here you'll be able to see that we are having a function b. Okay, here a in main. So here we are having a main function. Okay, let's try to execute this one. So here we are having a main function into a is equal to 30, and we are having function a. So we are having printf a, we are printing it. So that means here we are having a is value 30, we are passing it to the function and it is receiving as an argument to the b. We are passing it as a b. So now here b is equal to 60. So we are printing the b value. So now here we are manipulating the b value means changes the value of b locally but doesn't affect a in main. So now here we are passing it to a function means that the a value doesn't change. If I try to show you here, the b value inside this one, it is printed as 60, whereas the a value doesn't have been changed. So that means it is passed as a value, not passed as a reference. So that is one thing you need to know. Here a in main remains 30 because only a copy of a is passed to function, not the original a. In summary, what I want to say is functions help in code. So here in summary, I will try to explain you the concepts. So in summary, functions help in code reuse and modular design. They break down complex tasks into smaller manageable pieces. Functions communicate with each other through arguments, input values and return values. Pass by value means changes to function parameters don't affect the actual arguments in the calling function. Return can only send back one value and the return statement can be used multiple times in a function depending on the logic. So this is all about the functions, how the communication happens. Hope you understood about this concept. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. In this video, we will try to learn about the order of passing arguments and also about the library functions, how we will be using, and mismatched arguments in the printf and the return type of the functions. We'll try to see about this one. Now let's try to understand about the order of passing the arguments in the function. So we need to understand about this one. So key point is the order in which the arguments are passed to a function is compiler dependent, not strictly defined by the language. So that is the main thing. So for example, let's say that here you will be able to see a simple code I want to show you. So int a is equal to 1 is there, and I am using a printf %d %d and I am passing a plus a and also the a plus plus. Here a is modified within the argument list. The values passed to the printf depend on the order of evaluation by the compiler. Common misunderstanding is one might think that it will print a 2 2 will be printed. Actual result will be 3 3 and 1. So how it is, let's try to see it. So normally it will happen right to left evaluation as chosen by the compiler. So first one will be a plus plus, evaluates to 1, then increments a to 2. So plus a increments a to 3 and evaluates to 3. The value of a is now 3, so the last argument is 3. So that means it will be happening from right to left. So first a value will be 1, it will print 1 and then increments to 2, then it will increment to 3 and then it will print 3, and a normally it is a3, it will print 3. So these values will be 1 3 3 are passed to printf. So here it will be passed to 1 3 3. So that is one thing. So now here printf prints them in the order they appeared in the format using the in the string like 3 3 and 1. Writing code that relies on the order of argument evaluation leads to unpredictable behavior and is considered a poor practice. So this is one thing which you need to understand. The second one which I want to tell you is the using the library functions. So here this the second one. So now you understood about this concept. So second one is the library functions. Library functions like sine, cos, etc. need their prototype declared to inform the compiler about their usage. So for example, let's say that, so here this is our example code. I will try to show you. So we need to use this math.h include prototype for math functions like sine, cos, etc. And here you can use the sine like this, it will be mentioned here in this math.h. Now if these prototypes are missing, the compiler cannot verify whether the correct type of argument and return values are being used or not. So here we are using header file studio.h, input output functions like printf, scanf is used. Math.h, mathematical functions like sine, cos, power, etc. has been used. For example, let's say that I will try to show you a simple example for this one. So here this is our example. So without using math.h, the compiler won't recognize the functions or verify their correct use. So here you are using studio.h and math.h, and here we are using float a is equal 0.5 and we are using sine, cos, these all things, right? So these methods, these functions, declaration, all those things are mentioned in the math.h. So without using this math.h, then the compiler won't recognize these functions. So the third one which I want to tell you is the mismatched arguments in the printf. Okay, so mismatched arguments in the printf. I will try to print here. Yeah, printf accepts a variable name of argument, variable number of arguments. So mismatches in format specifiers and variables may not result in the compile time errors. So it will not result in the compile time errors. I will try to show you some simple examples for this one. So here the first one, printf may print 10 20 and a garbage value, where garbage comes from the undefined memory. So here we are having 3 %d and we are using only the missing one variable, and here we are having only 1 %d and we are using 2 variables, extra variable j without a format specifier we are trying to use it. So if you want to use this one, so for example, let's say that, so we are using this value, right? So let's try to go into this one. Here I will mention these two things, and here I will use, and here I will use int I is equal to 1, and int j is equal to 2, let's assume. And if you try to run this one, so here you will be able to see some garbage value has been printed and this one is omitted. And the second one, printf will be ignored j because there is no %d for it. So now always ensure the number and type of format specifiers match the arguments passed to printf to avoid the unpredictable outputs. That is one thing. The next one which I want to tell you is the return type of functions. The functions in C have a default return type of int unless explicitly specified otherwise. Example for this one is, for example, let's say that you are having float square of float x and you are returning x into x, returns a float value. So here, if the return type is not explicitly declared as a full float, the compiler assumes that the function returns an int. The return float value will be truncated as to an integer, causes errors in the output. So for example, let's say that here I will try to show you a simple example for this one. So here we are having a float square, float of x and return x into x we are using, and int main float a is equal to 1.5, and here we are printing the value %2f and return 0. Now if I try to print the value for this one, so here you will be able to see 1.0 and 2.25. So that is one thing. Why precision matters? So precision matters also you need to understand very clearly. So this precision thing, using the correct data types and prototypes ensures accurate calculations and prevents truncation or rounding errors. Example, using a float for precise decimal calculations, including appropriate header files math.h for mathematical operations. So these are the precision matters. So normally the general takeaways, what I want to tell you is, before closing of this one, order of argument passing, avoid writing code that depends on the order of argument evaluation. Compiler differences may lead to the unpredictable outputs, and we need to use the prototypes. Always include the necessary header files to declare the library functions. Prototypes help the compiler check the validity of the arguments and return types. Printf mismatches, ensure format specifiers and arguments lists match exactly. Debugging mismatch of printf statements can be tricky. And the return types, explicitly specify the return type of functions to avoid surprises. The default return type is int. So whenever you don't mention the return value and you are returning some value from the function means then the return value for this one is int. So that's it guys about this functions concept which I want to tell you about these things. So I have told you about the order of which how you pass the arguments, and I have shown you about the library functions also like sign double and header files how it will deal, and I have explained you about the mismatched arguments in the printf. If the printf arguments and all those things are mismatched means then how the compiler will take this one. So it will not throw any compile time errors, it will print the garbage values. And another one is return type of the functions. So float square and all those things I have shown you. So if you don't mention it, by default value it will be int. And the precision thing I have explained you. So hope you understood about this concept. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela Web Dev. In this video, we have learned about the functions, the arguments and all those things we have learned it. Let's try to do a couple of programs or some example codes how to implement the functions in the C language. So first one, the problem is calculating the factorial of a number. So first of all what we need to do it is we will try to calculate the factorial of a number. So for calculating the factorial of a number, so you people know that factorial of a number is n. I will try to explain you here clearly. So what is the factorial of a number? A factorial of a number is nothing but n is the product of all positive numbers using a function. So here what we will try to do, normally the formula for this one is n factorial. N factorial is equal to n into n minus 1 into n minus 2, like that it will be going on. So let's try to do it. So now here for implementing this factorial of a number, so what we will try to do it is, so here let's go into this one. Yeah. So now here let me start the factorial of a number. So for this one I will remove this entire code actually. Float square x, these all the things are not needed, and in this int main also not needed. So let's try. So now we will take a number, okay, and we will take the factorial. So these are the two things, and we will ask printf enter a number /n. Okay, so this is the, and scanf percentage d ampersand number. So this is the scanf. Now what I want to do, so here we need to calculate the factorial. So here I will write factorial is equal to fact of, and I will pass that number to this one. So now we need to calculate the factorial of the number. So here for the time being, for the function, so what we will try to do, we will declare the function. So here it will take int fact of, and you can write it as an int. If you want, you can mention the variable name, or otherwise not needed, not a problem. And at the bottom, what I will try to do, I will declare the function. So let's try to declare the function int fact of int num. Okay, and in this one here, let's try to write the code. So we got the num. So I am declaring the variable int I, and I am declaring the variable factorial is equal to 1. Okay, so here I can use for I is equal to 1, I less than or equal to num I plus plus. So this is the, sorry, so this one is our code, and here what I will try to do it is, so here factorial is equal to factorial into I, that's it. So this is our code, and now here I will return the factorial for this one. So return the factorial. Fine, done. So we are calling this method, so we are able to store this value, and here I will try to do printf factorial of percentage d is equal to percentage d slash n, and here we need to write the num and also the factorial. That's it. So now if I try to run this code, let's see. So here it is asking percentage num. Where is that one? Okay. So here you need to give ampersand num. Okay. Now if you try enter a number. Okay. If I want to calculate 6, factorial of a 6 is 720. So now we are able to successfully execute this one. So now the fact function here takes an integer input and calculates its factorial. We uses a loop to multiply numbers from 1 to the input number here. So main function reads the number from the user, calls the fact function to calculate the factorial, and it will print the factorial value. So that's it about the factorial thing. So now the next problem what I want to tell you is we need to calculate the power of a number. So that means, for example, let's say that we need to calculate a to the power of b, a raised to the power of b using a function. So let's try to implement using a function. So for this one, what I will try to do, I will remove this entire code. Okay. So for this one, we will be having a float value power. So we need to take the float base and also the int exponent. So this is our function declaration. So we will be having int main, and here we will be having two values, that is nothing but float base and int exponent, and we will be having a float result. So these are the three variables which I will be trying to do. So here I will use printf, and here I will ask enter two numbers. Enter two numbers. So one is base and also the exponent. So I want to write the two numbers. So here if I try to enter it, so scanf. So here I will take percentage of, sorry, and percentage d, and here we can take ampersand base value and also ampersand exponent value. So these are the two values which I have taken. Now I want to calculate the result. Result is equal to power of base comma exponent. I want to pass this function. So we need to create this function. So we have already declared the function. We need to create this function. So after creating this function, let's try to printf. So printf. So here what I want to do is percentage 0.2f. So two decimals I am trying to show, to the power of percentage d is equal to percentage 0.2f. I will try to do it slash n, and here we can write the base and exponent, and also the last one is the result. That's it. So this is the thing. So now we can use the return 0 to exit the program. So now we need to implement the function, power function. So let's try to implement the power function. Float power of So it will be taking two values, that is nothing but base, and also the another one is int exponent. So these are the two things. So now if I want to mention this one is int, and also the float result is equal to 1, and we need to loop over the 1 by 1. So float I is equal to 1, I less than or equal to exponent, those many times I need to multiply that one, and I plus plus. So here we need to calculate the, sorry, here not float, it's a for length, for the. Now here what I want to do, result is equal to result into base. So these many times I need to multiply, and at last I need to return the result. That's it. So now if I run this program, so it will ask you enter two numbers, base and exponent. So I can write something like 2.3 and 8, 2.3 power 8. So here 2.3 to the power of 0. So what happened here? Oh, what happened here? I am not taking the exponent. So I am taking the exponent, 2.3 to the power of exponent, int exponent. Let me check once. So now let's try to rerun it again. Function declaration. So here if you try to see, so 1.54, 1.5 and 4. Now here you will be able to see 1.5 to the power of 4 is 5.06. Now we are able to successfully execute the power of a number. So this is how we will be writing the function in order to calculate this one. So fine, we are able to implement this power function also. So what is this power function does? So takes a floating point base value and an integer exponent as inputs, uses a loop to multiply the base exponent times, and the main function reads the base and exponents from the user. Here it will try to read it, and calls the power function to calculate the result, and it will print the result. So that's a simple thing. So the next problem what I want to tell you is convert a year to a Roman numerals. So we will try to do convert a year into its Roman numeral equivalent. So for this one what I want to do it is, so I will remove this entire code. Okay. So here we will be having a function declaration. So function declaration means it's a simple thing. So we will try to do it here. Int romanize, int year, int value and char Roman. So here I am trying to take the year value and the Roman value. So here this is our function declaration. So let's try to implement the main function. So int main, and in this one, so you need to take the user from the, you need to take the year from the user. So here you can ask enter year, that's it, enter year. So if you ask the enter year, so we need to scanf, and here we need to do %d ampersand year. That's a simple thing. Okay, so we got the printf and scanf. So now we need to so what I need to do, so here, so we need to romanize the values for this one. So I will try to show you this romanized thing. So now here let's try to implement. So now let's implement the method for this one. So here int romanize. Okay, so this is the, and here you will be having int year, int value, and also the char Roman. So these are the values we will be having. Now we need to do int count. So it determines how many times the Roman numeral fits into this one. So here we need to do the thing int year, int count is equal to this one, and here I will be doing year by value. Okay, so year by value I will do it here. So we will be having some couple of things like year is equal to, okay, so now here what we will try to do, so here I will divide the year into a small parts. So here I will use romanize of, so how many times it will fit we will see. So here I will pass the year and 1000 is denoted by m here. Okay, m, and we will be having another one, oh sorry, so we will be having another one, that is nothing but year. So we need to have, we will be having a 500. So 500 is denoted by d. Okay, and we have another one, that is nothing but 100 we have 100 is denoted by c. So like this we need to mention all those things, sorry, and here you will be having another one, that is nothing but like this. So we will be having all the things like, I have the list with me. So 100, 500, 500 is there. Okay, so 50, 10, 5, these are all the Roman numbers. Now we got the Roman numbers. So what I can do here, so we can return the 0 and we need to count the values one by one. So here we got the count here by value. So whatever the value, 1000 means 1988 if it comes means by 1000 it will do, and here if it is divisible means then we will take it in I. Okay, so how many times the count you will be getting, so we will try to do it. So how that many times we need to print. So for count I is equal to 1, I less than or equal to count I plus plus. Okay, and here what I will do, printf percentage C, and here I can print the Roman, and we will return the at last we will return the year or value. That's it. So we are returning the remainder of for the further processing. So now if you try to run this one, so let's see what could be the output for this one. So here it is raising the issue. So we are having everything correct. Okay, here I am having a return problem. So let's try to see. So here still it is asking year is equal to, okay, so we are having some issue here. So I have given the name wrong. So let's try to run this one. So at last you will be able to see, it will ask you for the entire year 1988. If I try to give it, so it will try to give the Roman year for this one. So this is how we will be calculating. So here what is happening is dividing the year by the Roman numeral value, 1000 for m, something like that we are doing, and we are printing the Roman numeral for every quotient we are doing, and we are writing the remainder to process the further smaller Roman numerals. So here what we are trying to do, the process the year starting from the largest Roman numeral 1000 to the smallest Roman numeral 1, we are trying to processing it one by one. So this is how we will be calculating, we will be using the functions in order to achieve these type of problems. So hope you understood about this concept, the problems which I have discussed. So if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you.